computer set up so I can be on the Zoom, and then I can glance over and make sure that it's still, but don't.
Looks like we're live.
It'll be
live
fine.
now.
Yep, did you click it? Okay.
That looks great, Maggie. I think you did it.
I did, and it says I have an unstable connection. Okay.
Okay.
Why not? We had to put down our guinea pig today. It was terrible. That's, yeah, 8-year-old piggy.
How long do they normally live, Annie?
They're like 6 to 8. We're right up at the button up at that toe land. So
Yeah.
he had a good life. It was rough. All right. Well, hey, John, I was going to have you switch your video feed on so we have everyone's face. And I think we have a quorum. Maybe we'll just begin. Well, I guess we have to set dates and stuff. He was going to start off with just especially for us new board members, having the data privacy law, data privacy kind of talk, or however he wanted to do it. So he was going to do that front part as listed on the workshop. And then we're just going to talk about some of the board of director goals. And the two that really John and I kind of ranked them in order of what he and I thought was most important. For sure, the comprehensive review of the strategic plan must get done this year. It has to. So what's been done in the past is Saturdays all day, or what's the last time people were saying that worked out well was 2 or 3 2-hour meetings. So we'll get some dates hopefully inked on that. And then maybe talk a little bit about the expansion end of year goal. And then committee purpose statement was something John put on. So I kind of put all the committee purpose statements on one sheet so people can kind of look at it while John talks about that goal. And then review of contract language and finance training was something that's been on this particular list for a while. So do we get to all 5? I don't know. It depends on what COVID hijacks from our time. And then if not, for sure 1 and 2, and then we'll go 3, 4, and 5, depending on how COVID is. We don't know how that's going to play out in all of this. So that's what I think I'll start. So John, do you want to give your little data privacy, or do you want to wait for Rob, since I don't know if he's in? Is Rob in the room yet? I should look and see if chat box if he's here. I think that's how I can. Oh, that's right. I don't have. Yeah, that's what I have. So I don't know if Rob, because should we wait on that, John, just because Rob's not here yet, and it kind of pertains especially to the new members.
Yeah, I think
that
would
an
be a good
email that
idea.
he can't find. He sent out an email like a couple minutes ago saying that he's not finding the regular Zoom link.
Okay.
So I can search for that and send it to him.
I'm here. I couldn't find the link anywhere.
Hi, Rob. Yeah, it's under the board. Well, especially because we're all like little new happening here. All right. Well, John, I think since we have a quorum and we're 5:06, go ahead and I'm going to leave that part to you. So go ahead and take over that part. The data.
So I'm working off the data privacy's PowerPoint that everybody should have gotten in the emails. So I'm not going to go through it everyone and talk about it. I just want to highlight things. And then this is designed to be interactive. So if you have questions, yes, by all means, ask. This is the time, to try and ask it. Any questions you have, get it as cleared up as much as you can. All of this information came directly from MDE during a data practices training that I took. So I tried to condense it. I basically took a 3-hour presentation and condensed it into however long this is going to be. So you're getting the crash course of the crash course. Let's just call it that. So the data practices basically is a number of different laws that govern all the data that we collect and make as a governing body or as a school. So on the next page, I guess, I'm not showing the PowerPoint. Maybe I should have done that. But if you're on the sheet that says Data Practices 101, what is the data practices? That just lists all of the legal references. So if you want to go and you have a hard time falling asleep at night and want to do some reading for your leisure, feel free to go up and look up any of those. Chapter 13, fairly lengthy. There's a lot of references in Chapter 13 to Chapter 13D, which is the open meeting law, which is, well, I'll refer to that here and there, but that's a whole nother chapter that you as a board member, if you're on a committee, have to be very familiar with, because it has to do, you have to have open meeting laws, not just for like board meetings, but any committee meeting that you do, you have to comply with open meeting laws, which means your agenda has to be published 3 days in advance. You have to have a recorder. It's got to be, all the minutes have to be recorded and posted and that kind of thing. So there's a lot of information and laws that you have to abide by. And I know for some of you, you're new to this. So if you ever have any questions, please feel free to let me know. I'll get you an answer. And if I can't, I'll find a legal reference to send you there to find it. There are trainings that MDE does on a regular basis. They're free. You just have to sign up for them. And they're listed on the MDE website under their calendar. So, and they do actually do data practices 2 or 3 times at the beginning of the year. So if you want to, feel free to jump in on that. I'm going to flip the page, the next page. So I'm on the page that says the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act, the MGDPA. The biggest thing I wanted to highlight on that page is the bottom statement. You need to be aware whenever you conduct business for the charter school. So if you're not parent, you're not community member, you're not teacher, you're board member, you are conducting school business, and your data, whatever you're producing or recording, is subject to Data Practices Act. Somebody can request to have whatever it is you wrote or recorded, and as long as it isn't private information, legally we have, as a school, have to provide it to that person. So just be aware of that. Pretty much anything you do as a public person is going to be public, is subject to looking at things, or somebody can request to see whatever. So then I flipped the page over to what is government data, and because if you're collecting data or recording it, you probably want to know what it is. So data is anything that's created, collected, received, maintained, or disseminated by you or the board or your committee. That is all public data, or becomes public data. And it's not just, paper and pencil or spreadsheets or Word docs. It includes paper files, drafts of documents, any meeting minutes, if you record them, those all become public. Voicemails, and this is the big one, emails, photographs. So if, as you're emailing back and forth other board members, that is all public data, unless it's exempted because it's private data. You have to assume anybody can read it. So if you don't want somebody, or you don't want somebody to be aware of this, you probably shouldn't be communicating it in a public means. I'll
John,
let you.
could I?
Yes.
This
ask.
is Dan. I'll just interrupt. One thing that was helpful for me that I wasn't that familiar with was making sure that we always use the school email address, right? So I don't know if you want to talk about that point, John, but I've been cautious to try to be careful to make sure everything for the school is always on the school email, so that I don't have somebody being able to have access to my personal email and bringing up all emails.
You're stealing some of my thunder,
Oh,
Dan, for later,
sorry,
but
John.
that's okay.
But,
no, that's
yeah.
perfectly fine. Because that is why the school does provide you with an MSA.org email address, is that you can do all of your public, all of the information and all of your transactions, all your business should be done using that email. That way you can be, pretty much self-assured that your private information isn't going to have to be gone through. and redacted. So that's why we do it. We provide that from the school's perspective because we want to make that as easy as possible, because if somebody asks just, have all the information, I'm just going to use you, Dan, as an example. I want all the emails that Dan Ellington communicated as a board member, and they put in that public data request. We would have to provide all of those emails. I mean, we have a time frame and everything to do that, and there are some costs that we don't have to necessarily have the burden of, but we would have to provide all of those emails, which, for some people could be a very large amount. But just
John,
be aware of that as you're sending that. Those are public. And if you did it on a private account, then all of that information in your private account would have to be provided to or whoever's requesting that information. And that's
John,
part
what
of the
about-
reason. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say text message is the same. So I mean,
Yep.
so if I'm messaging someone on the board, but I include some information that's more than just contact me, then they could access text messages as well, I assume, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Any data, any information that you're exchanging is public data if it's related to board, school board business. So you have to be very careful. I'd be fairly judicious about what it is. We haven't had a ton. We do get requests for data, so it makes it very difficult if the person doing that has a ton of data. It makes it pretty cumbersome for the school to provide it, but we have to provide it. There's no option. You have to provide that information. Now, obviously, you have some time frame to do that. So just be aware of that. Pretty much anything that you do for the school is going to be considered public data, unless it's going to be related to a closed meeting kind of scenario and information that's covered under that. That was the only scenario where it could be exempted from the public data. And that kind of leads into the next slide, so to speak, the two different types of data. There's data on individuals and then data not on individuals. And the big highlight or takeaway from that slide is what's on the bottom. Is there's a presumption, you have to have the presumption that the data is going to be public. There's too often an idea that, well, people don't get to see this or don't get to have this or shouldn't know this. And it's actually the opposite. All information is public. So if you send it, be very careful of what you send, because if you're saying something about somebody and that somebody requests that information, they're going to get to see what you wrote or recorded or whatever. So you just have to be very careful about it. The last two bullets, we often believe the opposite of data being public, and that most data is private. It is not. Most data is public, and simply because you collect the data doesn't mean you get to control it. If you collect it, anybody that requests it can have access to it. The next page or next slide talks about what is private information and what's public. Some of the things that there's common misconceptions about being public data, a salary, fringe, basically anything that comes down to money is going to be public data. Fringe benefits, salaries. Obviously, we would not allow or tell people identifying information about medical records or anything like that. But for the most part, salaries, what somebody makes, that's all public data. So if somebody asks, it's public. It's paid for with public funds, so we have to let people know that. The position description, prior work experience, anybody that applies to school and gets hired, their resume is public data. That can be shared with anybody that makes a request. Dates of employment, if there's any complaints or charges, if there's any final disposition or disciplinary action, the terms of a settlement that are made, work location, pretty much almost anything on a payroll. Obviously not social security numbers and bank account numbers, but most payroll information is going to be public data and not protected. The next page, I'm assuming there's no questions, so I'm going to move on. The next page just covers a number of the laws then that are on the books, and this is where you can find all the exclusions where this is not allowed, this is not considered public data, this isn't, and I don't really want to bore you with all of these. But these laws are what then determines what the school would not share with somebody that makes a request, especially almost all these are pertinent to student data. So I don't know if you want me to go into that or not, but most of that student data and that stuff that internally as a school, we would not share with anybody unless we're allowed to, and there's certain situations where we would have to share that, but those are pretty limited. And that's on the next page, who can get that student data and how it can be shared. So I'm going to fast forward to the last page. This is a really, really, really fast, like I said, a crash course of the crash course. But on the last sheet, there's a little, a little scenario and I just kind of want you to think about it. And there is an answer to it. And this could be a scenario where you fall into. So, and Joan is just a generic name, so it's not identifying anybody. So just be aware of that. So Joan is a school board member at a popular local charter school. She can't remember if the school assigned her a school email account after she was appointed. In any case, she is often at the office, at home, and out of the meetings when she receives and sends texts, calls, and emails about the school. So she's doing all these things on her personal phone. She's been using her personal account then to communicate all this school business. Is she in violation of the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act? Because she's using her personal email account to conduct board business. One could be under the idea that she is, but there is no law that says she can't do that. So she could use her personal phone to conduct all that business. The problem is if somebody makes a data request of her transactions, now we have to collect all of that information from her personal account and then redact everything that's not school related. And if you just think about your own personal account, how many emails, text messages, phone messages you make in a month, and now go through the course of the year, it becomes very, very large in volume. And somebody would have to go through that, print it all off and redact it. And then what's left would be shared with whoever made that request. So I guess the point of this being, be very, very careful when you do your communication, use your school email. If you have to call somebody, and not everybody has a school phone number, be fairly judicious with what you record or text. Obviously phone calls, when you talk face to face and verbally, you're not recording that. However, you can. And if you do record that, then that becomes a public record. The last thing I would say is, and that doesn't necessarily have to do with the public practices, but it's more related to open meeting law. Be very careful with the open meeting law. If you have 5 board members present, it doesn't matter in what capacity, if they're present, you have a quorum. You now have to abide by open meeting law. So if it's an email, before you send an email to other board members, make sure you do not have a quorum. If there's 5 board members on that, we have not sent out a meeting agenda, we are in violation of open meeting law. And then that needs to be addressed as soon as possible at the next board meeting to make everybody aware that just what happened and what was discussed, if anything, and corrective action if needed. So
And
just be
also-
very aware of that.
John, and to include serial communications in that too, so you can't get around the open meeting laws by saying, well, I only emailed 3 this time and then 2 this time. You still have your quorum.
Right.
So serial email communications or serial communications count also.
Yes. So just, fundamentally, really is if you need to communicate with everybody, you should be doing it at a board meeting. Or, if you want to communicate with 5, or well, actually you're 1, so 4 or more board members of any topic, that should wait until there's a board meeting to do so. Otherwise, you're in violation of open meeting law, and there have been too many open meeting law violations in Washington County over the last 5 years. I guess I'll just say that. And we saw Stillwater has had a number of open meeting law violations. There's another charter school in Woodbury that had a number of open meeting law violations. And what happens is people resign because of that. They're in violation, and there's really no remedy other than that. So not a warning, but just be fully aware. I don't want anybody to break the law without knowing it. It could happen very easily, and not that I want you to break the law knowing it, but just so you're aware. So really, you have to be very conscious of what you're doing when you're communicating with other board members.
How about committees? So I sent an email today based on some of the academic committee concepts, and I copied a couple people. I was just starting to count through. I don't know if I broke the law or not now as I tried to count the names. I didn't include all of you, so I'm not sure if I did that. But I mean, at what point can we communicate things for the committee to try to help us prepare for the board meeting? So this is academic committee related.
So yeah, and that's a good question, Rob, because that happens especially in a smaller community. It happens because we're looking for volunteers, and obviously the board members are very vested in the school, so you're willing to volunteer, and you run into that scenario. Committees, especially if it's a board-appointed committee, the committee follows under the same regulations and laws as the regular school board. So the committee can't have 5 board members on it, because now you have in effect a board meeting. So yeah, if you send out an email and there's 4 other board members on it and you're the 5th board member, you essentially are conducting board business because you have a quorum. So in that case, unintentionally, I'm sure it was done, and maybe we should add this training a month ago. But the best thing to do at that point would be to acknowledge that during a board meeting that this scenario happened. It's being as transparent as possible. Where it usually becomes an issue is because there's a bad feeling or the appearance of impropriety or non-transparency, where people are thinking other people are doing something behind the back, so to speak, or behind the scenes, and they're left out of the loop. So in those scenarios where you're trying to gather as much information as you can, it becomes a very sticky situation. So you really have to think through a lot of that. The one thing is, like when I do a committee meeting, and I call them task force, and I would really appreciate if the board does not use the word task force, because I use task forces as an administrator, and that way, because from an administrative point of view, I don't have to comply with open meeting law because I'm not a governing body. So I can hold meetings, and I don't have to comply with open meeting laws. So I use the word task force so everybody knows, we can throw a task force tomorrow morning about whatever and have a meeting about it. A committee meeting is very different because you have to comply with the open meeting law. Your meeting can't be in less than 3 days because you're not going to meet the open meeting law unless there's some emergency. And you have to publish an agenda. So there's a lot of things that have to happen in a board committee that for my task force, I don't have to necessarily do. So, as a board, you also have to take into consideration then when you do these tasks or want tasks done, how do you want them to be done? You can assign a committee to do that, and then you have to comply with open meeting law. If it's got to be something done that's real quick and you just want to gain some information, sometimes an administrative task force is a quicker, more effective way to do it. And I am not trying to, hide anything, because typically whenever I do a task force, I try to include and invite as many people as possible. But there is a very distinct difference between an administrative task force and a board committee.
So then looking at academics, then yes, Rob, the email that you sent out today did violate open meeting law, but we're going to every meeting if both you and Jennifer still participate in the task. Last time, Jennifer, you weren't there because of vacation and things like that. That's wonderful. So amongst yourselves, you'd have to determine which of you would like to be a parent member. The other 3 board members that are on there, they're also the chair of the department, and that's usually who is on the academics committee, is the chair of the department. So I suppose just check in and see if you have a preference or things like that, so that we don't have to. It was an accidental coinciding of 2 volunteers.
So one of us can't be on the committee, Rob or I? Okay.
So
There is one other suggestion you could do, and it has been done in the past, and it's totally up to the board members. And I'm just going to throw this out for an idea, take it for what it is. You could rotate that. If you have 5 members that want to be on that and are really adamant about it, you could rotate who sits off. And if it happens to be, I'm just going to use Maggie as an example. For the English department, Maggie could sit off and have somebody else in the English department sit in that meeting that month for the English department. And then rotate it that way so that you keep all 5 members involved. But yeah, you have to be very cognizant of not having 5 board members at the meeting. But as a board, you have to decide how you want to do that.
all right. Thank you.
What about
Is Cody talking? I can't hear him.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you, Cody.
I'll ask Cody's question. He's wondering at graduation if that's an issue, since there are more than there's quorum plus there. Is that an issue since we're all gathered?
In the past that hasn't been. There's no discussion. It's a ceremony. So if and the other part of that agenda is published ahead of time in theory, because we put out the agenda for the graduation ahead of time. And it's a very good question, but because we published that ahead of time, and there's actually no discussion on any items. With a committee, you're actually discussing items that pertain to the school, whereas a social function where you're not discussing any board business, then you're not going to run into that. It'd be similar to, and I don't advocate this because a lot of schools have done this and run into problems, is you could be at a social event. Let's just say you're at a football event, or well, let's use one that we have more students involved in, a basketball event. You're there at a basketball event cheering on the basketball team. And we happen to have 6 board members there. You're not acting as a board person. You're acting as maybe you're a parent, and you're just cheering on the team. You would not be in violation of the board of open meeting law because there's no discussion being done. So a lot of it, social events can become a little tricky though, because if those 6 board members are at that basketball team meeting or game and are sitting all on a row, and all of a sudden any school topic comes up and now there's a comment made, now one could, and let's just say, take that scenario and push it further. There's 6 of you there, 5 of you are on the bench talking, and another person is off to the side and is not privy to that information. Now you could have some very hurt feelings, and you would, if you're discussing school business, yeah, you're in violation of the board open meeting law. But if you're all dispersed throughout the gymnasium and you're just cheering for the Dragons, then you're not in violation. So some of it is context related, but it fundamentally will come down to, are you discussing any board, any school information? And if you are, you have to be very careful.
John, also to add the appearance of impropriety. So even if you're not discussing board business and you're all kind of together as a cluster, others may think you're discussing board business, and that becomes problematic as well. So like going back to the graduation example, we are all clustered as a board for graduation under normal circumstances. We're usually just sitting there, enjoying the ceremony and doing our thing. But either before or after graduation, if we were all kind of in a cluster talking, we probably wouldn't want to do that just because of the appearance of impropriety.
And the other part about with social gatherings, and it becomes, you have the appearance, and then it can become too easy to bring up something school related, and now all of a sudden you cross that line. So my recommendation as a board is not to gather in more than 4 ever in a social event, just because inadvertently something could happen. Somebody could say something, and now all of a sudden you've broken open meeting law. But hopefully that long-winded answer, but hopefully that clears up some of the different ambiguous. There you go. I finally can get it. Been a long day. Although those situations where, well, what do you do here? Fundamentally, I would say, no more than 4 board members and school business. If you're talking school business, make sure you don't have more than 4.
And I do need to make one correction. On the email, Rob, you included Annie as well as Sherry. So that's why, because Annie's not the department head. So I'm sorry, that was entirely my fault. So the 2 parents plus Maggie and myself are 4 voting members, and John's a non-voting member. So we wouldn't have a quorum, but on the email, you included Annie as well. So for the regular members, we would be fine if you both want to participate. But if we're going to have any guest members, like somebody who wants to attend in case, so Annie, if you were going to attend, you probably have to attend for Sherry instead of attending with Sherry.
Right, totally. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, didn't understand that law yet.
All right.
No worries, it happens.
Well, thank you, John. Okay, well, so I was wondering, am I muted still? Oh, no. So comprehensive review of strategic plan. I was just wondering if we can get our calendars out and schedule 3 2-hour meetings. And I know when I was talking to, I think Sherry with a previous board member ran this last time, and they said it really worked out just to have 2 3-hour meetings. And then you start with the mission vision and run through that whole thing. And they've set it up really nice. I mean, they did a really good job last time. So I think we can platform off that pretty easy. So I don't know about what you all think about months at work. that are lighter. For me, I thought October, January, and February are nice because it's after Christmas and it's before spring break. But what do y'all think? You think maybe October we could pick an evening we can work that's a non-workshop day, and then January maybe, and February. So let's take a peek. Let me get my phone out here too. It's so funny when you wear a mask, my Face ID doesn't even work. Okay, so let's get to, I'm in the right year, yep. So
October is pretty open from the school calendar perspective, except the week of the 12th through the 16th has PD and MEA. But then beyond that week for the school calendar, there's not a ton of other events or things like that happening at that time.
do you all want to maybe go, if we do the board meeting, let's see, the board meeting is the 19th that week. Would you be up for that week, like a 20th or 21st, since we're rolling into that, or would you prefer a week break? Yeah, that's what everyone's, especially if we're getting these packets. Hopefully the Corona packets have settled down by that. My gosh, crazy. So Tuesday night, how does Tuesday night work? And I was thinking maybe even on the 3rd. MEA is what? That I should go grab my calendar. What was that again, Michelle? Thank you for that. Is it 14, 15, 16 for MEA?
Yep, 14th is professional development, and then 15th and 16th is MEA. So those 3 days are kind of out.
Yeah, so maybe I'm thinking Monday or Tuesday, the 26th or 27th. Does that sound pretty good? And then we'll have a little break before the next board meeting on the 16th.
Tuesdays, I generally have fire department, so I can't make Tuesday nights, but Monday's fine.
Monday? Okay, how about Monday, the 26th for our first one on October 26th? Okay,
It's good for me.
all right, 26, 10. And then let's take a look. I feel like from November, December, it's crazy. And then January, everything comes to a screeching halt, which is kind of nice. So I was thinking sometime in January, we know our board of director meetings is, I think it's that 18th, correct? So just to give ourselves a little break, maybe on, and you said, Judy, Mondays are good nights for you? Maybe the 25th? How's the 25th work? Does 1:25 work pretty good? Okay.
Hang on, Annie. I need to jot down the time that you want to have the October 27th
Yes.
retreat.
Well, I was
So
thinking,
I'm just noting it in our,
thank you. I was thinking 6 to 8. That's what they typically had done. How does that work out time-wise for everybody? 6 to 8?
Okay.
Is that good? Okay, 6 to 8, I think on all of this, Michelle. Just run that as a, so. For what, January? 25th for January. Oh, October is the,
that's January 25th. That's the day before open house night. And I don't know where we'll be at that, but we'll have already a late night that week.
well, I'm glad you have a calendar in front of you. Yeah, we don't want that, do we? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm too neurotic about my calendar. I have it.
Up to like maybe the 11th, although we come back from school on the 4th, right? We start on the 4th. So that'd give us a week to adjust, and maybe on the 11th, 1/11, since open house is 1/11 at 6 to 8. Yeah.
We typically have a finance meeting the Monday before the board meeting, but that's, I think usually, we'd be done by to make a 6 o'clock. Right, John?
Yeah, that's correct. We should be done by then.
Okay. All right, we'll set that.
And that's totally fine, but just for the teachers here, the semester end is on that Friday. So just be aware.
Yeah. No, I'm okay. February, I don't know what works out for all of you. I think February is like the last sane month of the school year, and then we get into crazy sauce with March, April, May, and June. So
But you have off school both the 8th and the 15th.
yeah, so that's our spring break there, right?
No, just you have Monday and Tuesday, the 8th and 9th off, and the 15th off. I'm not sure why, just.
Okay. And then spring break this year, Michelle, since you have that calendar, when's spring break in March? I don't want to get it right before. I was thinking on
March
Spring break
8th through
goes
15th.
from 8th through the 12th, and then we have the following Monday, the 15th off as well. So we've got a wrap around.
okay.
And then the following week from the 22nd to the 26th, the 23rd is the 6th grade informational meeting. So there'd be a lot of people in the school or there'd be an activity, but none of us, I don't think I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. I don't think a ton of us have a lot of sixth graders.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, from your vantage point, Michelle, since you have the school calendar, what Monday looks good in February that we can work around all that?
In February, we've got a 3-day week, and then we've got a 4-day week. The 22nd to the 26th of February doesn't have anything. And then the following week, so that week and the next week, and then we've got spring break. So I think, and I wouldn't want to do it the week before spring break, so it's always kind of crazy. So I think probably our best bet is the window of the 22nd to the 23rd.
Okay, how does the 22nd, since we're doing these all on Mondays, we'll do 2/22 from 6 to 8. All right,
Okay.
and so we'll schedule those up. Well, hopefully we can get through the strategic plan. This has to be a comprehensive review, and we'll close that end out. The other thing, John and I really talked about
Can I
expansion.
clarify?
Yes,
Can I clarify that the 26th was the Monday in October? I missed it. I'm glitchy.
oh. Yes, so
Yeah, October 26th, and then January 11th, and then February 27th.
Thank you.
yep, all 6 to 8. So hopefully we can get that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. And if not, it's February. I'm just hoping. I think we can do it. Okay. Expansion, end of year goal. So John, we were talking about expansion. There's a couple of us new on this board, and would you kind of wrap up where we ended last year in February? Because then from March, April, May, and June, it was COVID. Was pretty much, so that kind of dropped. So where did we end last February?
So going back actually a year and almost 2 years ago now, the board had made the decision that the school did need to expand. So it's a matter of how do we expand. Last year, there were a lot of meetings with different vendors. There was not a vendor chosen as far as who we should go with to do that expansion. We had 3 different vendors come in, give a presentation, but there was never a decision made on who that would be. So if we were to start this up again, which I really hope we do, one of those vendors has been in contact with me throughout this whole system or this time, and I've just told them, hang tight. I've got a new board coming on. We got to get our stuff figured out, who's actually on the committee and stuff. And then we're going to have to decide who we want to come in and do this, do the expansion. The company that's been in contact with me basically will walk you through the whole process. They especially specialize in charter schools in Minnesota. They've done a number of them. But I don't want to, cloud any new members' perception. So really what has to happen this year is if we're serious about expanding, and we almost have to given our current financial situation, we are going to have to look at expanding and where in Woodbury do we want to go, or Cottage Grove. We made the decision we wanted to stay within the 833 boundaries. Then it's a matter of, okay, we need to pick a vendor to help us through this process and then start looking at land. I drove through Cottage Grove, Woodbury area last night on our way back from Hastings, and the land is disappearing before our eyes. So, but that's not to say we have to buy new. There are other options as well. There's building properties that come up for sale. It's just a matter of, are they going to be big enough, or can we expand onto those buildings to meet our needs? And that's where we need somebody with some expertise to come in. So the expansion committee, really a goal would be to identify a vendor before winter break is my recommendation, so that we can get this ball rolling. We can't sit here another a year or two, because the contracts that we have for buildings C and D come up. And I know the landowner is going to want a 3 to 5 year commitment. So if we want to keep students here and ramp up, okay, what do those negotiations look like? I don't know at this point, but we have to really get this ball rolling or face the fact that we're going to be, I don't want to say stuck here, but we will be here waiting for some other opportunity, and our walls will be closing in. We expanded to building C and D so that we could open up some space and relieve some pressure, give ourselves some time. Well, last year basically that time evaporated and we didn't make any major movements, and we need to do that. Otherwise, you're looking at sooner now than later, because COVID has really pushed the issue. The window is going to be closing, and then your options become less and less.
Well, and
And then, John, you said you want to try to choose a vendor was it by December or by January?
Well, ideally, you'd want to have that going into, winter break time, have a vendor chosen, or have it narrowed down so that you could have a vendor start of the year, and then you can start looking at properties or at least maybe you're not at that step yet, but you can start looking at how many students do we need to expand to afford what we want to do. And then that kind of dictates as well how much land you're going to need or what kind of building you're looking at and that type of thing. A lot of what we're going through right now is, especially with scheduling, is a nightmare because we don't have the correct number of sections in each grade level that gives us the flexibility to do some of the things that other schools are doing. We're at that, unfortunately, we're at that kind of that middle ground between being small enough to do a lot of things or large enough to do a lot of things. We're in that in between where we're too small to do the big people things, but too big to do the small people things. So we're in a kind of a big mess when it comes to scheduling and that kind of thing, to try and get everything to fit in and work. And the other part of that is, as I think we're starting to see very clearly, our facilities, they're business offices. They're not school. It's not a school building. And it's very difficult to try to make a school function given the confines of the facilities of a business building.
well, and I think we're in a, you and I talked about this too, John. Those are like I are really something we want to start up, and how maybe there's so much more opportunity to purchase something or get something because of COVID right now. So get on this, and I think the community would like that. So that's something that would be a great end of year goal, and maybe when school starts, start getting, these committees back together that haven't been because of COVID. So great.
Is there an end in sight of expansion? However, it seems to me that when my son 8 years ago started, when it was 4 directors ago or something like that, I was in a meeting with, was it Paul, who said the model is broken. We continue to expand to pay the bills, and that is not going to be sustainable. And here we are 3 buildings later. And because we were in 1 building, I believe, the first year my child was in 6th grade. And I don't see that just simply expanding to pay the bills makes any sense to me.
So, and that's a great comment, Rob, because that is unfortunately, until there's a change in the way schools are funded, the model is grow or die. In Minnesota, there's no charter schools. Well, there are a couple of charter schools, and I actually work for one where for 10 years, they didn't grow. 6 of those 10 years, teachers did not get a pay raise. 0. I mean, I worked for 6 years without pay raise. And that's the only way the school could stay afloat. It got to the point then where you lose all your teachers because they're going somewhere else where they can make more money. Then we decided, we have to grow. Unfortunately, the way the funding in Minnesota is for charter schools, it sets it up. If you want to be competitive with the traditional school districts, you have to grow. Or contraction never works. If you show me a charter school that's in contraction, they're on the downward spiral, and within 5 years they'll be closed, or they'll re-image themselves
But John,
into a different school.
some of these vendors that I know there was like 3 last year, and then it's getting down to choosing one of those 3 right now is where you're at. But those vendors would be able to help kind of navigate that type of situation and how financially will be the impact isn't as great, correct? I mean, how we can, right?
Yeah, and some of that also, I would say that a lot of that goes into when you do your planning, how you do your planning, because I know of a couple of charter schools that have done major expansions. They're only like 4 years away from their major expansion. They're doing another major expansion because their administration didn't take into some things in an account, or they wanted to give. I want to say give the farm away, because that's showing my upbringing. But they were very liberal with their resources, and I'm a very much more conservative person. I like the slow growth model. You got to keep your expenses under control. You try to give everybody as much as you can as far as, pay and salary, but the bottom line is you got to stay in business. And I would much rather not have classes of 30 in a classroom and keep it at 20, and have to slowly, incrementally grow those classrooms. So we're going to have to expand again. The models just are expand or die, or don't pay your personnel anything. And I think everybody believes in, at least I hope they believe, that we want to pay our people a living wage and be able to let them get ahead if possible. So under those confines, yeah, you do have to grow, but I think you can do it. And we've done that in the last 5 years. We've grown, we've added, and that's how we've been able to, stay where we are. And you can do a smart growth where you don't lose that small feel as a school, even though we are not a small charter school. People think we are, we're not. Small charter schools are 100 or maybe 150. We're on the edge of being, in the top 10% in the state as far as size.
And those are conversations for this committee, right?
Right.
That'd be great to get that started again. Okay, so I think
Annie, just a quick question on the starting. So John, I know Jeff helped out a lot leading those ones before, right? So how do we get those started again? I know I raised my hand last month saying I wanted to help, but did I raise my hand to lead? How does that go? Because I don't think we had a meeting last month, right?
No, it's a matter of just calling, because it is a board committee. So it's a matter of calling a board meeting, or a committee meeting, getting an agenda out. I am going to be on the meeting or on the committee. So I will be, I'll be happy to work with whoever wants to be on that, because that's one of the things when I first came to MSA, that was one of my goals, is I wanted this opportunity, this fabulous educational opportunity, to be given to more students, because our waiting list shows there's a huge demand for our product, our students, and our education system. And we need to offer that. I personally believe we need to offer that to as many people as possible without losing the focus of our mission and vision.
So I still want to help with that, John, and I think if we keep it to us two, we're not breaking any open meeting laws.
Yeah.
And we'll start with that, and then we'll set up some time and agenda, right?
And also, one of my science guys, Mark Resef, has offered to be part of this too, and so he wants to be part, and he's great because he knows real estate, he knows a few things. So there's a couple, and maybe even ask if other people, community members, want to join too, to help you.
Oh, yeah, that's what we did last year. We opened it up and we had a number of parents on it. So we invite people to come in, and I would personally invite the people that were on it last year, so they can be, because most of them are still on, they're still parents, or invested interest in it. So I would include them as well, and then we get it up and running again. That's the most important thing.
Right.
Well, I need to be involved too, I'm sure, because I'm our treasurer and I have the finance background. And
I was
that's
actually just going to say that.
that's the driving force behind this is financial stability.
And you're on the building company.
Right. Yeah, that too.
Well, and then also, maybe not right away, but just think about potentially teaming or keeping in the loop the alternative funding, because Give to the Max, those funds allow us to supplement and buy curriculum supplies, so all the budgets can be kept, like the department budgets are kept really reasonably low. We run a really tight ship. And so that's where we can keep our budget in line and not have to so like rapidly expand the number of students. That's one of the ways we do that. So the AFC would be one to kind of keep as part of your marketing and communication about expansion, that this is how we can continue slow growth while looking.
That's one thing I wanted to look at this year. I know I haven't had a chance to talk to anyone about it, but I know there's things like Box Tops for Education, Amazon Smile. There's probably lots of programs out there that we need to get our families involved in, that maybe that can give us enough boost to slow down expansion
That's a great idea.
without having to just ask for private donations.
And I've seen, like St. Croix Prep, where I was, my kids went to, does that. Well, it's at 6 o'clock already, and I want everyone to have a little 15-minute break for what you need. We'll come back at 6:15. Maybe then starting next week, we can just talk a little bit about contract language, finance training. John had a couple people, maybe we could think about bringing in, if we can squeeze it in, and committee purpose statements and what he wanted to do with that, and sending these purpose statements back to the committees to bring back to us, or maybe figure out as a board what we want those committees to do. So we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll see you back for the board meeting. Yeah, I do like having somebody here, I'll be honest, because it's like, oops, I'm. All right, we'll wait for a few people to get online and we'll get this started. Excellent. This is very weird talking through a mask.
I can hear you okay. Sometimes some of the homemade masks have 5 or 6 layers. You might as well be talking through like an insulation, right? I can't hear anything. But yours I can hear fine.
I do have my like Packer one. If I might offend some people. I'm not sure. All right. Well, we have a quorum, so let's start, shall we? All right. So meeting will come to order. Oh, wait, Michelle's not here. Oh, she is. Meeting will come to order. Would anybody like to read the mission and vision statement, please? I know our student isn't here probably till September, but if you would.
I'm a former student, so I guess I will. We provide accelerated curricula in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science. Our vision to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence that creates well-rounded, lifelong learners and global citizens.
Okay, excellent. Actually, we're now to the point we're kind of stuck because without Rob, Jennifer, and John, I can't take a roll. And Jenny Abs is not here either. I was hoping to meet our new BKDA contractor, but I don't see her here. So I guess I can't, Michelle, I can't really count them unless we do a roll call because we're distant, right? So we'll wait for a roll call. And there's Aya. It's another important one.
Judy had to leave, so on the meeting minutes for the workshop, she's there, and I noted when she left, but then here she'll be absent.
say, maybe it's to you, Michelle, but do we save this video like the YouTube? Do we have to save it, or do we rely on the YouTube link to save it, or how does that work? Sorry, you're on.
I know there's no one else in the room with me, so technically I can go off mute and it won't even matter, but I still just do. But no, they do get saved. Justin Gehring has them.
Okay.
So he has
again,
the
like,
YouTube stream saved.
if somebody wants a copy of it and YouTube deletes it, we have a copy of it, right?
Yeah, I think he hasn't posted. I don't know where. I don't know how long he has
Well,
them.
in order to upload it to YouTube, he has to have the video in the first place. Like he'll have it. We're streaming it live, but then he has it associated with his account. The MSA tech account that he uses.
Yeah. Okay. So we called to order, and then we had Cody read the mission vision. We are now roll calling of members. I'll take attendance by roll call. Annie Cardenas here. Dan Ellingston.
Here.
Cody.
Schneep.
Sheep. Thank you. I should write literally. Michelle Krakowski.
Here.
Judy Seeberger. Adam Bartz.
Here.
Jennifer Bartle.
Here.
Maggie Burgraff.
Here.
For non-voting, Paula is not here because she starts in September. Jenny Abbs. John Garecki.
I'm present.
All right. So we have,
Annie, you skipped me.
oh, Robert, why are you not on? Robert, I apologize. Thank you.
You're right, I'm here.
Just to let you and the community know, we had to put our 8-year-old guinea pig down today to sleep. So I'm like, let's just blame this fuzziness on that, because thank you. All right. So we are on item 3 right now, approval of the agenda. Item 3, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Hi.
Rob.
Is there
I
a
can
second?
second it, Annie. It's Dan.
Discussion? Thank you. Discussion? No further discussion. I will roll call vote. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingston,
Yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski,
Yes.
Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. There is no conflict of interest at this time. Item 4, open forum. I received no open forum letters. I think everyone's patiently waiting for our school updates, so I didn't receive any by 4 o'clock today. I'm sure that'll change soon. All right. Approval of the minutes, item 5. Is there a motion to approve the June 15th, 2020 minutes?
So moved. This is Adam.
Thank you.
Cody
Is
will
there-
second.
Thank you. Cody was second. Discussion? No further discussion? Oh, yes.
I have to go back and I think I have to fix it. I will double check it, but there was one spot that I thought I saw earlier where my name was still spelled wrong. I'll double check it with the previous version. I had like 3 different meeting minutes that I was using to try to get a template wrong. And so, but I will double check. And so if there may be a spot where my name is spelled wrong, and I would need to correct that.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. All right, so a roll call vote on the approval of the minutes. You get another sheet here. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingston,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski,
Yes.
Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So motion carries. All right. So now let's see. We have the chair's report. And I really like some of the chair's reports that I've seen in the past where they just sum up, I'll probably just do an overall of the workshop for our community in case they couldn't make it. So basically what we went over is 2 of our board goals, and we set 3 dates for our comprehensive review of strategic plan. We talked about the expansion end of year goal and hopefully setting at least a vendor by winter break. We also had data privacy training by Mr. G. And we've decided that the committee purpose statements, review contract language, and finance training, we'll start looking and assigning how maybe we can do that. But with the addition that with COVID, the first 2 workshop agenda items are really important to take care of. And hopefully the last 3 are gravy if we can accomplish that with this challenging year. All right, director's report, John.
So it got a little long this year or this month with all of these survey results. I'm not going to go into those. Hopefully you had a chance to read those. I do have, and I just shared with the board members during our break, the student results. I basically took those survey results, put it in a Word document for you as of 3 o'clock today. So you also have that information from the 233 student surveys that were completed at that time. I just shared, it was an email, it would be a Word document. So you have that information to look at. I don't know if you would like me to go through that for those members or people that are not able to see that document, or if you would like to just preview that. I'm not sure. I guess I'm up to open to whatever the board would like to do.
Well, I mean, it's important data, but I like to be able to look through it.
Right.
I don't, I mean, otherwise you're just reading the document to us. We wouldn't really have a lot to discuss if we haven't had a chance to review it personally.
Yes.
Exactly.
Would we want that for maybe next, I mean, that's a month from now, but
John, do you have any initial thoughts about any major differences between the parents' responses and the student responses?
No, I think, it's a good question, Rob. I like that question because, really that's what you're trying to do with all of the surveys is to see where is this leading or what's this kind of giving us the direction for. And I think there's a lot of correlations between the two. Fundamentally, obviously, and you weren't able to see all the comments and I didn't have a chance to compile them, but I kind of just scrolled through them, and obviously all the students want to be back in face-to-face if it's safe. A lot of the students are very, very, very hesitant of coming back without, being completely assured that their safety is going to be there. By and large, they're leaning towards let's do distance learning, but let's improve it. And the biggest improvements that came in, at least in the comments, were areas we've already addressed in that the vast majority, not all, but a vast majority of students that made a comment wanted to have some kind of time, face-to-face time with their teacher, and they wanted to have some kind of regular schedule. Of course, there were some that wanted to be able to turn their assignment in at 3 o'clock in the morning. But by and large, the majority kind of fell in line with what the parents came in as. We would love to have our students back in a full-time face-to-face scenario, but safety is paramount. We understand, let's make the most of distance learning until we can do that. I guess that would be the one big takeaway if I had to say something out of the survey. There are some other subtle things that we can address from a school administrative point of view to address some of the concerns to mitigate concerns about distance learning.
One thing, John, and I agree with Michelle, I think it would be nice if we had a chance to look through a little more, but the masks was a question that I had on my mind because masks have become such a political issue. And then, I read through the comments, some of the parents had mentioned, I don't want my child to wear a mask. Well, I see the vast majority of the students are actually saying they're okay to wear a mask, which is encouraging for me because I would ask my kids to wear a mask to school, and I would feel more comfortable with that. But I can appreciate that I'm not the same as all parents, but it looks like at least the students are kind of echoing that same thought, that maybe they would also prefer to wear masks at school.
Well, and I
Yeah,
know,
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I know we will be setting another time for when Governor Walz on the 30th will be coming out with so I think at that time we'd have time to look over this, and maybe then because that'll be just solely dedicated to what are we going with and this data. So I think if we could just, because it's a long, this is a big, busy month right here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so I guess as far as the rest of the report goes, I mean, this was consumed, the coming up, getting that a plan update for the board, and then all the different surveys that go in there pretty much consumed the majority of the time. So I didn't include a lot more in the director's update just because I think a lot of it would have gotten lost with all this data. So, and fundamentally, this is the most important stuff anyway, because we're going to have to make a decision, and the more information that I can provide you so you can make the best possible decision, then I guess I look at that's my primary job, is to be able to provide you as much information as possible so that you can make the most informed decision. Obviously, as I think several of you have noticed, you can't please everybody. There are going to be people that are going to be upset with whatever plan you choose, and we can't stop that. It's just going to be a fact of life, and we will probably lose some students. I hope not, but we will probably lose students no matter what decision we make. The nice thing is we have a long waiting list. We have a lot of people that are vested in the school and want their child here. So there is a good possibility we can replace them. And if they're in the upper classes, we may not. And then we have to come up with plans to work around that.
Yes, and as I had said in the workshop, you'll have, like, when we decide on the day to meet after the 30th, you'll have like some financial contingencies and how, just a contingency plan too, John, for us to kind of gauge, what is a student loss? How much is, that, or what funds do we, just so we can make a good decision on which, it depends on what he decides the 30th, when nobody knows. So
Is there an academic committee? I'm sorry, is there an academic committee meeting already planned? That was one of my questions I had.
Not that I'm aware of. Are you talking?
Doesn't the academic committee need to meet soon after the governor reports so that they can make a recommendation to us so that we can approve it and get going, so we don't have to wait until, we can't possibly wait until August to approve how we're going to continue in the fall?
No, what I think you're going to have to do, and I think that's one of the board agenda items, is to set a date for the special board meeting to make that decision of what is it that you want to do, which direction you want to go. I think purposefully we've set that up and had a number of meetings where academically a lot of those decisions have already been kind of firmed up as far as scheduling, the amount of class time. They're not set in concrete, but I think a lot of those decisions have already. We have a plan ready to go. It's just a matter of which scenario are we going to go with, 1, 2, or 3. So I don't know if they have to meet. They definitely could meet before. I guess that's up to the committee and the board really. If you want them to meet before that special board meeting, they would just need to call a meeting, obviously, 3 days notice and that kind of thing. But that's definitely doable.
And we have a meeting set for August 10th is our next formal meeting for academics committee. And we can have another meeting, but where they have the same data as the board and they review and aggregate it. But with regard to which option we would go with, the academics committee would be more focused on improvements to the learning plan itself. If there were curricular or other, academic related improvements we can make to the plan as it exists. So we have a goal of publishing our document on August 10th. And there is a requirement in the Minnesota directive that after the governor announces the options that the schools have for returning. So if he says you cannot return in person, but you can do this or this, then we would make a decision from there. Within that document, they also have a mandate that once he says that, we have to survey families. If we are in person, are you going exclusively distance? And this would have to be an email capture because we have to know specifically which students are opting for that. And so there's a requirement that we have to do, and that's going to go out based on the committee notes that I read from the task force groups that are working on the distance plan, because there's a bunch of groups working on it together. Those are going to go out on August 5th, although I'd like to see that a little bit earlier. So there's really only a couple of days to even analyze the data to make our decision before our August 10th deadline. So it's entirely, they're all stacked a little bit backward. If we know on the 30th and we get the survey out on the 2nd, push it back, but it's a quick turnaround.
When would you propose having this meeting?
I don't know that we actually even need to have an academics committee meeting. I don't know. They can make a recommendation, but it's just with the same data that the board would have. They can make recommendations after the 10th about refining our plan though. Like making it best.
So are you suggesting then we would have our meeting after that survey went out and have time to look over it, like end of first week of August, or is that what you're saying? Because that was an MDE mandate.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's time to cram in an academics committee meeting for approval, like to make a formal recommendation to the board about which of the options we should do. I don't know that we have time to do that. But the academics committee, because the board has a pretty short turnaround time. We've got 3 days to look at the data from families, make a final decision, and vote as a board so we can publish our plan details, or at least the executive summary. And then we have a little bit of time to refine the details of the academics element. So I think that's where academics committee would come in, would be to review and refine some of those details.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Okay, so John, is that it for your director's report?
Yeah, I guess the last thing is just so it isn't lost. At the very end of the report is the assistant director's reports and the counselor's reports. So if you're looking for them, that's where they are. I'm assuming everybody had a chance to look at them.
Yeah, we did. That was great. Thank you.
And then John, will you send me a digital version of those so I can add them to the notes? You're muted.
I'm sorry, I hit it too many times. A digital version of the
director's report, because I have to insert that into our meeting notes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess I shared that with
I haven't gotten it yet.
Evidently, she didn't share that with you. So yeah, that's no problem. I'll do that.
Oops, I'm sorry. I know I like to be, Cody's my one over here is, hey, you're muted. All right, student representative, there is no student update, probably till September when Paula's on with us. So we're gonna head into reports from the board committees and task force. So academics, Mrs. Kurkowski.
You're muted.
Sorry, I was finishing the notes. So when academics committee met, you can see from the notes that we had a basic review. We didn't really have a lot of the plan details for the different options, so there really wasn't a ton for us to discuss with regard to that. We got some updates about math and about the math curriculum, a few updates there. There was supposed to be a letter sent home to families that was drafted by the math department. I didn't receive that, but that's not uncommon because I don't have kids at MSA. So parent members, did you receive a letter from the math department about the math changes?
Yep, I got an email.
Okay, good. And so a couple of the big things that we were looking at, one of them involved a survey, and I sent that out to the teachers, and it actually closes today with regard to middle school. Like they're called electives, but really they're enrichment classes, but the students, they're not electives in the sense that the students choose them. They're enrolled in them automatically based on a couple of things where they have band and stuff like that. So the question became, if a student did not pass one of the middle school enrichment classes, would they need to repeat it? Because there's two different documents that had two different statements. One said, yes, they needed to complete it. And one said, but the practice was no, that they did not. And so we needed to reconcile which one it was. The feeling from the middle school team members on the academics committee was that they should not repeat the elective, as it's not a graduation requirement, not to minimize the significance of the class, but in the grand scheme of the electives and even scheduling troubles that would result from trying to have them repeat the class, they saw the net gain wasn't going to outweigh the cost. When I did a survey to the staff to ask them the exact same question to be able to make a recommendation about changing that, the majority of the responses also indicate so far that they do not want to have middle school students repeat their enrichment classes. Because they're not electives in the sense that high school electives are still required graduation. You know, you can choose which one you take to fulfill a grad requirement, but you still have to take some of those. And even those, if you failed one elective but found another one that would fit the same state requirement, you could take that one instead. You know, you could do that. It's your option. So that's what we have so far. And then coming up for our next meeting, I'm going to send out requests for information, but really what we need to know is what is the current plan that we're going to go with for a period of time at least. Remember, the point of having 3 plans is that we can move between them as our school deems safe. So we kind of have to see how are we going to transition that, double check schedule stuff, and also, you know, kind of start to look at our World's Best Workforce in the Minnesota Department of Ed plan. One of the things that is also required is to have a planning group. And it's similarly comprised of the same group as the World's Best Workforce and Academics Committee group. So we kind of have to look at some of those things to see where is it that Academics Committee can help assist in planning, troubleshooting, and revising as we move forward.
Great, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Bartz, for the annual fund, AFC.
The annual fund did not meet in July. I did reach out to one of the previous committee members to figure out who I needed to wrangle in order to get a meeting on the books. So I will be trying to schedule something for August.
Yeah, I think, John, is this right? Tom's actual, one of his job descriptions is to run the annual fund. So he's typically the chair of that and kind of sets up meetings. I think I received something from him asking about availability second week of August, but he would be the one I think that would run it and chair that just because it's part of his job description. Do I understand that, John, correctly? It's always
that is correct. It is on his job description. So I know he's this month, I think they've met or he postponed it to meet later this month.
Yeah, I think August.
Yeah, he typically will be the chair for that.
And yeah, that one's usually doesn't meet till really we start school, but we are meeting August. All right, communication, Ms. Berggraf.
We have not yet met since the last board meeting, but our next meeting is this Thursday at 9:00 a.m.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, personnel met today. I was not part of that. I am on that, obviously, but today we had our guinea pig snafu. So, but I did contact Lisa Anderson, who is reestablished as chair for that. And so notes are not available, but they will be posted soon. Okay. And then we have finance, Mr. Sheep.
Finance meeting did not meet. We are going through our audit, so we don't typically meet during that time. But we do have some check registers to approve on page 80.
Great. So I will motion to approve those financials. So item 9, financials. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
This is Adam, I'll second.
And discussion? All right, no further discussion. I will roll call vote for. Oops, Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingston,
Yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski. Michelle, I
Sorry,
think,
I said yes.
oh, I know. I think you're muted. This whole roll call, it's kind of like when you're distant learning.
Now you muted yourself, Annie.
Oh, Adam Barth,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
Yeah.
Motion carries. Very nice. All right, consent agenda, item number 10. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I will
First-
motion.
Sorry, there are still 2 more committees left on that list.
Oh, that's right, school expansion. Thank you very much, Adam. So I'm going to head back up to 9, item number 9. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ellingston, how about school expansion possibilities?
Yeah, so we haven't met yet either, but I would say we had a discussion at the workshop, and between John and I, we'll get something set up here and posted so we can get some more feedback from the public as well. So we'll hopefully get something scheduled in August if at all possible. But everybody's busy, but this is a big topic for us too to get going on. So
Yeah, many of these summer's an interesting time. There's some sleepers in there. And I'm sorry, Kurkowski on policy.
For policies, we had the mandated review policies that you see in the consent agenda. And then from our previous meeting, I put into the discussion one policy that requires us to establish a process for redistributing new equipment, allowing its sale, which is a change from previous, but we don't have the process in our policy, so we have to make that. And then secondly, I proposed an adoption or a first read of a brand new policy about service animals. So those are kind of the ones that I have. And then John had added into the agenda about policies in general as a starter, because if you look at your board packet, you'll see what is called the red line copy. And those are the ones that we get that have the substantive and non-substantive changes in the policies. So when we have those annual updates, we look and make updates as we are given them from the state. And then we can also have updates that we opt for because of our own needs. So he added that policy as part of our discussion as well.
All right, great. Yes, I see those. All right, now, item 10, consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I will motion.
All right, Michelle will motion. Is there a second?
I will
This is
second.
Adam.
Great. I will roll call the vote then. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellington,
yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski,
Yes.
Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Okay, so old and unfinished business, none, because I'm new probably, but we have no old or new business. All right, we'll head into item number 12, items for discussion. Okay, the first order of business is item number 12A, approval of director evaluation schedule for the upcoming year. Do I have a motion to approve the director's evaluation schedule?
I will motion.
Do I have a second?
This
I
is
can
Rob,
second. This is
So Dan, thank you. And Michelle was for,
okay. Sorry. Thanks, Rob.
I know, I think Aya probably needs us to say our names. I'm getting better at that. Right, discussion? All right, if there's no further discussion, we will do a name roll call. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingston,
Yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski,
Yes.
Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Item number 12B, approval of the membership to MSHSL. Do I have a motion to approve the membership to the MSHSL?
I motion.
And that's Maggie motions. And can
That's Maggie. That's
thank you. I know it's so hard. It's so hard not to see you all in person. Do I have a second?
This is Adam. I'll second.
Adam, second. All right. And do we have discussion? If there's no further discussion?
Wait, who seconded? I didn't see. Was it Adam?
It was Adam.
Adam, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. If I go too fast, let me know. I'm still a little nervous. All right. If there's no further discussion, we will do a roll call. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingston,
Yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski,
Yes.
Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
yes.
All right, motion carries. All right. The next item of business is 12C, discussion of YMCA agreement. Do I have a motion to discuss the YMCA agreement?
This is Rob. I move.
Robert moves. Do I have a second?
This is Maggie. I second.
All right. Do we have discussion on this?
I would like to know what the agreement is.
Yeah, that's.
Because I mean, we're not
Yeah.
there. So what's going on?
So this is the reason I put this on the board agenda, because typically we have an agreement with the YMCA for them to utilize the buildings before school for before school care, and then that also carries into the summer as far as utilizing our gym for their daycare during the day, and we have not signed an agreement, and I don't recommend the board go into an agreement with the YMCA given the circumstances for this year. Part of that agreement is they will utilize our facilities, but it's on us to do the cleaning. In return for that, they provide all the funding before school and pay for all the teachers and stuff before school, so that our middle school students have a place to go before school starts. I don't think that's going to happen this year. In fact, our plan is that we don't have those students coming in. So my recommendation, and you don't have to take any action, that's why I wanted it as a discussion item, just to make sure that you are aware. At this time, we are not going to pursue an agreement with the YMCA for the current calendar year like we have done in the past because of the situation with COVID. That does not mean we don't want to maintain our relationship with them. Shannon Froberg is on the YMCA board, so we're maintaining that relationship. It's just that at this time, the school doesn't get or see an advantage to letting the YMCA utilize our facilities when there's no benefit to the school. So I just basically wanted to make sure everybody was aware of it. And because typically we have an agreement with them and it's usually already done at this point in time. But at this point in time, that's not to say that, obviously things could change and we may want to go into an agreement with them. But at this time, we're not going to pursue an agreement with the Y, even though they requested one several months ago.
May I would recommend that we make a motion just to postpone the discussion on this until the formal August meeting, because then we'll know our plan. Part of the Minnesota requirements also includes potential childcare for essential workers. So I think, I agree with you, John. I think that there's a whole lot of things that are kind of a cost to us right now versus a net benefit may not be identifiable, but I think we should wait until we see what our responsibilities are in terms of before and after school care for essential workers, other teachers at the schools, like that, just to know for sure that we aren't accidentally, you know, cutting off a path that we might need. Are they okay if we postpone the discussion until we know more details of what the state will actually require of us?
Well, we've already kind of told them that we're not going, because they really wanted an agreement already. But we told them that we're not comfortable with signing that agreement. They were still amicable about providing that child care. In fact, we did utilize them in the spring. However, the one person that had their child going there decided or found their own care, so we didn't utilize that program. That's not to say we might not need it. The flip side of that, in addition, is, as most of you may know, the YMCA is in the process of consolidating. They have permanently closed their St. Paul YMCA site, and they are in the process of consolidating the Woodbury YMCA with an additional YMCA. So there is some staffing changes occurring across the street, so to speak. But yes, we will definitely keep those communication lines open, and that's part of the reason why we wanted to make sure that we maintain a presence on the board. And it just kind of made sense that Shannon was on that board, so she agreed to do that.
Does that satisfy your discussion point, Michelle, or are you still asking to postpone? Okay, great. There's no further discussion. We will do a name roll call. Annie Cardenas, yes.
So, sorry, what are we approving, Annie, that we're waiting?
That we've discussed the discussion of the YMCA agreement.
Okay. Okay.
So it satisfies. Michelle wanted a postponement, but then
point of order. I still don't understand what we are voting on. We don't vote on a discussion, do we?
Yeah, I think I have to do every business item. It's a business item that I think I go through every point. And don't talk, you guys. I think
there's been no motion.
You're right. I think you only vote on the motion.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we need to have we need to have somebody make formal, like an actual declared motion about the YMCA agreement itself.
Right.
So
okay.
So John, you know how so do we want to wait, or, you know, whatever the motion is with regard to this agreement?
Or you don't take any action, it just sits there. I mean, there is no requirement for you to do anything for a discussion or a review item unless you want to take some kind of action, and then you would need to make a motion. If you don't want to do anything and you just want it to be there, then you just can move on to the next item on the agenda.
Okay.
Or does anybody feel strongly about not approving the agreement, or, you know what I mean? How are y'all feeling?
I think it makes sense to wait. Yeah. Wait and see where we net out. And then I think the YMCA, unless they have some big consolidations, they're not moving. So we can talk to them again in a few weeks or a month and see if we can't get something to work out. So I think it doesn't hurt to wait. The only thing I'm a little bit anxious about is, like you mentioned, Michelle, if there's some parents who are relying on, you know, kids to have some daycare of some sort, then that's something that we're kind of foregoing right now. And I think that that's the right answer, but we are kind of giving that up, right? We have to be cognizant of that. By not agreeing to this, we are kind of giving that up right now.
That's true. Okay. So I opened up 12C. You all help me now. I opened 12C as the next business item, and I had a motion. Did I not? A first and a second, and then we discussed. And then at this point, don't I say, if there's no further discussion, we'll do a name call vote for 12C. Is that correct? Every one of those business items needs to be a motion, correct?
I really don't think so.
Only if we actually make one.
Robert's Rules of Order, so.
The motion was to discuss it,
Yes.
which we did.
Yes. Okay, so I don't have to then do a roll call vote.
I don't think we should have had a motion. I think we should have just entered into discussion. So I think that was just my understanding of Robert's Rules of Order is that whoever made the motion and seconded could rescind the fact that they made the motion, because we shouldn't have made a motion for a discussion item. That's my understanding.
Huh, okay, all right. All right, discussion item D, review
Just a
policy.
second. So Michelle, who made the motion in the second? We should rescind those officially in the minutes.
So the motion to, well, in the discussion of the YMC agreement, the motion made was to discuss it.
Right, so that doesn't make sense parliamentary, I don't believe.
Yeah,
Right?
so
we
in the
should
motion
rescind
to
that motion. Who made the motion?
Rob and Maggie.
That's what I thought. So
You and Maggie.
I rescind the motion. Maggie, do you agree?
I do.
All right. Now I think we're following parliamentary procedure.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so then for 12D, I do not motion, I will just say 12D, review policy 208 development, adoption and implementation of policies for discussion and decision. So John, I know that you had put that on there, and because Michelle had put her policies on there for discussion also, but I didn't see exactly I didn't see 208 in the board packet. So I don't know if you just want to discuss that policy in the board packet.
Yeah, and although, just for the board members' awareness, all of the board policies are, if you don't know where they are on the website, on the MSA website under the board of directors, and then there's a policy menu. I just wanted to bring it to your attention with our procedure that if you create a new policy, and this is mostly for the new board members, is, you know, if we are going to adopt a new policy, it has to pass 2 separate board meetings before it can be adopted. And basically the first one is to walk through to make sure everybody's aware of it and what are the changes, or if it's a change in a policy, or if it's a new one, why do we need this? And then what problem is this addressing or trying to solve? The other part of that then is the development of the policy, just so everybody is aware. That's in paragraph 3 and specifically C. I'll just read that to you. Policies may be proposed by a board member, employee, student, or resident of MSA. So it doesn't have to be a board member, or it doesn't have to be Ms. Krakowski that comes up with the policy. It can be any one of those members. And then those proposed policies or ideas are supposed to be submitted to the director for review prior to the possible placement on the board agenda. So just so everybody's aware of kind of the procedure of how that is supposed to occur. And then obviously, yeah, it's a good policy. There's a good valid reason for it. Then we'll bring it to the board for discussion. But everybody should just be aware of those are the procedures. If you don't follow that process, you are technically, whatever policy you adapt or adopt is invalid, because you have not followed your own policy on how to make policy.
Okay. All right.
So that, I just wanted to point that out, just so everybody's aware of that. And then, if you think that we need to address something, it doesn't have to be one specific person. It can be pretty much anyone, and students could do that as well.
All right. Is there any further discussion? No? All right. So we will go to the next business item, which is 12E, discussion of proposed policy 535.
Yep, hang on, I'm just finishing a note.
I know, it's hard to do both, huh?
Yes, definitely. So if you look in the policy 535, what I wanted to do was to have an initial discussion of this. For this policy, it defines what service animals are and what the school's responsibility is. We do not currently have any students that have service animals. So my idea in proposing it is as a precursor, as there may be students who have additional needs that can be addressed with a service animal. It also clarifies that a service animal is not the same thing as an emotional support animal, and that an emotional support animal does not qualify under this policy. So it's not anything that's particularly urgent, but it was one that was revised when I had seen it suddenly show up when I was looking at the policy newsletter. And I thought that it might be a good plan for us to have something in place if we do have a student who has a service animal, just to have it ready so that we would have a procedure, we would understand what our responsibilities are and what they are not. And that would be, a good idea. But just throwing it out there, opening it up for a first read.
Michelle, I was quite surprised, and maybe others were, that horses are considered a service animal. I was trying to imagine having a horse at the school. A dog I get, and I like the idea that they don't allow like lizards or fish or what have you. I mean, drawing the line somewhere, but I was still trying to envision a horse going through. Are we able to accommodate a horse in the school?
Well, no, and that's the thing. The school, it has to be, a reasonable accommodation, but also think about rural Minnesota. There's a number of areas where that would be the more regular service animal for a student, and horses are, empathic as well.
Sure.
So,
I'm not judging their empathy.
Yeah,
it was just more of the size.
That's the
and
thing. Yeah, and we can, as we're going through, you'd have to put the caveat that it has to, and they have it on there, that you have to actually be able to have facilities that allow for that service animal. We wouldn't have any kind of facility or capacity to have a horse inside of our building. That definitely wouldn't work. Yeah, I thought that was interesting as well. And I do find it interesting that they delineated quite specifically between emotional support animals and service animals. But we don't have to adopt. I just saw it and I thought I would bring it to everyone's attention, see what you think. Because remember, this also, by adopting it, we are creating a legal obligation to the school to follow through with it.
Michelle, can you tell me what page of the packet that is on? I can't seem to find it.
123 is what I have on mine. There's a few versions, but Jennifer.
114 for me.
Oh, I'm working off an old one because that's where my notes were.
Mine only goes to
some
7 pages, so maybe I'm missing something.
No, and I pulled up the one that was sent out from the renumbering. All right, so hang on. So we got 414. That's consent agenda. That's consent agenda. The change in our revenue reporting process, that's non-substantive changes. Sorry, I'm scrolling like mad here, All right. And then 235 is page 114 on the new packet, the one that Mrs. Ham sent out just recently, because there was a numbering problem with it.
Okay.
So on the PDF, it's page 114.
Okay.
My question is, if we had no policy, what does that mean for the school and their decision making, especially when it comes to, say, a social, I forget what's the language, Michelle.
Emotional support animal.
Emotional support, not socially. Yes. And then how does that work?
It's not mentioned in any of our current practices. We've never had it come up, so I don't know.
I'm going to correct you there, Ms. Krakowski. We have had this actually in the past, the last 2 years, come up on 2 different separate occasions. And the school stance is that a service animal for MSA is a dog only. And those students have been informed that those are the only animals that we would allow into the school would be a service dog, period. And the students that were in question accepted that and just moved on. Do we need a policy on that? I don't personally see it as a big issue. If you do, though, as a board want that as a policy, I would request that you eliminate the animal or the miniature horse part because that is going to bring in a number of some doubt as to, well, it says horse, miniature horse, so can I bring it in? If we're not going to do it, just eliminate it and just say the only thing that we're going to do for service animals are dogs, and that's it.
Well, and I think it stated in there that we would be using that for here, somebody who is visually impaired. And I don't think it had like, we didn't have any, there's certain places we've used this policy. So I don't think we have any. That was in there. It was a while ago. I think it was Saturday. I read that. It was a big packet. So there's specific caveats to this also.
Yeah, it's somebody that it's a dog or miniature horse in this case, and you can strike out miniature horse, that is trained to perform specific work or tasks. That's why an emotional support animal isn't quantified there. And again, the decisions that students had brought in the last couple of times, it wasn't when I was on the board. There wasn't one last year that came to the board level, so it was just at the director level that they approached and kind of talked about that. So, and again, we don't have to adopt it, but I just noted that it was one that was new and that it was something that we didn't have, as a school, but I don't know that that's a major issue for us as a school. But as a policy person, I figured I would put it up for discussion.
Maggie, back in the early years of the school, there was a service animal. Do you recall, from a student perspective, I didn't see any issues with that student or the service animal, but from a staff perspective, and with regards to this policy, would that student have been able to still bring their service animal or run into any issues, or are you aware of anything that this policy doesn't cover?
It was not, it was a service animal. It was fine. There was concern in that the service animal by the staff wasn't really being utilized and really just laid around all the time. The student in question was not able to direct the service animal on their own and needed the help of the EA to do so, which was fine, but the EA had not been trained. Those were the really only issues. The animal itself was fine and didn't get in the way. And that was the only one we've ever had actually in the building.
If I recall, I believe that that animal in question made a news story about the school, did it not? I can't remember the nature of the story. I just remember we were on TV.
I think it was because the director at the time asked them not to have the dog anymore because the dog was not being utilized and was just in the school. And we did have students who were allergic to dogs. And since it was felt by the majority of the staff that the dog wasn't being utilized to perform services for the student, it just walked around and, and those things that we needed, the director at the time felt we needed examples of how this dog could be utilized in the school. It turned out that they quit bringing the dog to school. They ran a news story, didn't bring the dog to school, and then never went forward with anything else after that again.
Well, and I think I remember the student in question did have I believe the term is EA, and I believe
yes,
they were performing the work that the service animal would have done. So correct. That student had the support they needed without the use of the animal. Correct. So I don't know if that needs to be a consideration or not.
Is there any further discussion, or we'll just, it sounds like we don't need one yet. So, and that there has been in the past, and John's had a few students in that situation, but handled them individually. So we will move on to the next item of business, which is to discuss and approve the new contract goals. So this is an approved one. I would use Robert's, no, am I wrong, Michelle?
You're missing policy 802.
There we go. See, yes. Thank you so much. Yes, that's the one you worked on, I think with Justin, right? Okay, I just read
No.
that. Yes, I'm sorry. So item to discuss, which would be 12F, policy 802, disposition of obsolete equipment and material. All right.
Yeah, and I included this one for discussion because if you go to page 123 in your packet, the new elements of the policy has the idea that that the school board can adopt a written resolution that allows obsolete devices that we've replaced as a school. So then the older device, it now allows the school to create a practice and procedure for selling those to students who are in need. So we don't have, so we can develop this, but then we would need to actually have that resolution and kind of talk about as a school, if we're replacing laptops and we have older laptops, do we want to create a path or a practice by which we could then offer them as an inexpensive option for families in financial difficulties in terms of purchasing technology for their students? And I thought it was particularly significant given that currently we are going to be asked to be moving between multiple different plans. And one of the challenges a lot of schools have is families needing to suddenly access multiple devices for their family. So sharing a laptop isn't a huge deal when you only have to do it a little bit. But if you're in distance learning for 3 weeks, then both of your children need to have a laptop. Otherwise, they can't have any synchronous learning. If they both have class at this time at MSA, they need 2 devices. And so for families who are looking at the finances and saying, look, a new laptop is just not going to happen right now. We need something, it might be old, but we need something we can use. So it was something where it would require a couple of readings, but I just wanted to bring it up that this change could be something that is a positive for our families and a way for us to support them if we are willing to develop a procedure for obsolete equipment purchased by families.
Can I ask you a question? What were we doing with the equipment before?
Quite often, well, we haven't had a whole bunch of entirely renews. So the laptops we have right now are this is the first year that we've done an entirely new model for the whole high school. That started, not this year, sorry, that started in the 2019-2020 school year, at least in recent years. What they had done is repurchase the same models. And so those that were broken were used for parts. And so, if you get when that had a broken screen, but other parts of it worked well, they would use it for parts. And it doesn't dictate that we can't still do that as part of our measurement, about what we do. We might still need laptops for parts, and Chromebooks are pretty strong. And I think we have to actually send those out for repair, I believe. I don't know, I can talk to Justin about that. But yeah, so if after we've done our normal disposal or after we've done our normal harvesting of certain ones that we think we can use for parts, if there are some usable models remaining, it gives us an option legally that we can actually offer them for an inexpensive cost to families.
And I do wonder how many, since we purchased Chrome and the laptop, I think it was last year was the first laptop.
It was.
I remember the dreaded batteryless ones for a few years, but so do we know when those will be outdated? Like, that's the part of it is like, when is our big flush of new ones purchased when these go out because they're not working any longer? You're going to want to,
I don't know. And I can review this with Justin for his gauge, but traditionally we've tried to keep each unit for at least 3 years or 4. John, I feel like it was 3 or 4 years that we tried to keep each unit before we started refurbishing.
Yeah, typically it's at least 3 years.
So we have a couple more years on these coming up, but that's great. I think it's a great idea, especially because they're a little more hardy and smaller and lighter, and they will last longer than the 3 years that our students would use it. And that's a great idea.
Do we have to sell them to the kids, or could we give them to the kids?
It's on the policy. It says at the price specified in the resolution. So the board would determine it. So you could say for $1.
So to that end, I do on page 123, the last paragraph, paragraph 2, I would recommend you strike the word "or give." It's the fourth line down, the sentence before it. The school district may sell or give used computers. I would say sell. Strike the word give, because now you're giving away public funds. You're going to raise some questions on that. You can set the price at 1 penny. You're sold it. You haven't given it away. But I don't think you want to get into the news because you're not, and not that you would, but you would eliminate that possibility of giving away, public assets to whoever you want. You sell it for a penny if you have to, but at least you've sold it.
So then, with regard to this particular part of the policy, we don't have to adopt or make a motion to approve this policy update yet because it's incomplete. But is everybody okay with me then contacting Justin to see what is our replacement cycle, and maybe he can help draft a resolution that would make it a smooth process if we did happen to? So say, I don't know, we have old iPads and we can refresh them to factory settings, and somebody then can have, it just needs Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? So just things like, is everybody okay with me checking in with Justin on this one and seeing if we can find a workable solution to redistribute if we have the ability to do so?
I think that's great. Yeah.
Okay. So then
we'd actually
put a pin in it as it is right now.
Yeah.
And I'll come back to you.
And we'll actually have nice stuff to give them because these were pretty nice this year. All right.
And we'll still need to use some for parts. Like we're still going to need to harvest some of the ones for parts, the ones that, have broken screens and the screen wire is in such a way that it can't be replaced. Like we're still going to need to do all those things. This is just if we happen to have some useful devices.
I do have a question about the last sentence that is in the recommended changes. If the students apply for computers or tablets that are available to the school, and this is the part that I'm curious about.
If more students apply.
Oh, if more students apply, sorry. If the school must first qualify students whose families are eligible for free or reduced meals, how do we determine that? Because the school doesn't offer like a hot lunch program or anything like that.
I think I think we still have a categorization for that, correct?
Yes, at the beginning of the year, every family is given the free and reduced forms, and a family can fill that out. Not that they're going to qualify for us to give them any meals because we don't have a meal program, but by filling out that form, and if they qualify, then there are other things at the school that they qualify for. The school, actually, it is to our benefit if families fill that form out, because the school does receive some funding based on our student population and how many of them are free or reduced lunch, even though we don't have a meal program. And that's the form that would be based off if they filled it out and qualified. Some families do fill it out and do not qualify. So we're aware of who those are, but they don't meet the requirements put out by, I believe that's a federal program. So, but it is a form that's sent out at the beginning of the year to all the families. The vast majority of our families don't return it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So if there's no further discussion, we'll hit the next item of business, which is the discuss and approved new contract goals. And this one by the way, Rob, I've been working on my Robert's rules, but they're big. So thank you for helping me. So this one
I've been doing this for years. It's not easy.
I love it. Oh, great. Okay, so this one I would be motioning, correct? Since this is approval and discuss and approve, correct? Yes. Okay, so Do I have a motion to, on item 12G, discuss and approve new contract goals?
I move. This is Rob.
Rob moves. Do I have a second?
I can second. This is Dan.
Wait, hold on. So I motion it. So what I've been told, like when I went through my thing, I motion it. Cody's helping me out here. So the way I went through these rules is that you go to the item, you motion, make the motion to it first, second, and then discuss. So we're at the discuss part now. So do we want to discuss and approve the new contract goal? All right, discussion is open.
So for, this is an item that I brought up. Actually, we need to have some movement on this because this is from our authorizer. So in your board packet, starting on page 124 is, I believe it's 124. I'm looking at the red copy, yes. So you should be able to see in light print strike through what the changes are. And then right after that is what it reads to. Basically, the authorizer is renegotiating our contract so that we are not being held for academic goals that we can't meet because of what happened last year during COVID. So they basically taken last year's achievement goals and struck through almost all of them. And kept them the same. There are no substantive changes other than in some of them, like in paragraph 1.4, where our goal was 3%, they bumped it up to 3.5%. And that's that. In other words, they've widened the gap that we can have for that. They haven't made it more stringent. So that with the idea that, you know, whatever happened last year is going to have an impact on our students. We're not going to probably make the gains that we wanted to. So they've widened the gap for that particular goal. And that one is the gap reduction. And then throughout the document, that's basically all the changes is they've just changed the years to reflect that we're not being evaluated for this past school year. And then in areas where there was a gap reduction, they've widened that gap reduction to reflect that, you know, we don't have data for the last year, so we can't do a whole lot with that. Then in the individual goals, as far as subject areas, like in science, our original goal said we were going to have at least 15%. They've lowered that to 10% above the state average. And then the high school was lowered from 30% to 25%. We can, as a school, if we want to stay with the more stringent and the higher goal, we of course can do that. Sam is offering to lower that goal just because we have no idea what the impact of last year is going to be on all of our testing. So as you go through the document, that is basically all of the changes that are in there are to adjust for last year's lack of time in class time and then testing as well. I don't know if anybody has any additional questions. The last part under the non-academic goals, and that's, if you're following along, yeah, that's on page 126. Under the student attendance, we would have a student attendance rate of at least 95%. That goal really hasn't changed much. I don't anticipate that needing to change much because our attendance rate has been very high.
John, even with distance learning, we were in the 90s, right? Was it also 95?
Right. Yep. Yeah, we were. Yeah, we were right around 95 to 97% already. So the other part of that. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, John, I mean, we changed these goals with the contract, or they're changing them for us, but it doesn't necessarily change what we're doing, right? I mean, we're still going to try to do the best. I expect the teachers are still going to try to do the best. So it doesn't really have a net impact other than we're kind of acknowledging the fact that, look, the coronavirus happened and there's probably going to be some negative impact. It's not going to help us. But I mean, we're still going to be
Exactly,
trying
yep.
our best with every plan that we do, right? So
Right. And some of this is MAPES, which is the process that authorizers go through at the state level. Part of the requirement for the authorizer is to make adjustments to contract as needs warrant. Well, obviously, your contract goals should be adjusted because of what happened last year. And this is the authorizer's attempt to do so. The last thing on goal 7, for the year 2019, 2020, they originally left it as XX, and I put in 85%. That's what our original goal was. And they left it blank because they didn't really know what we wanted to put in there. I see no reason to change that goal of 85%. It should stay the same. And just so you know it, we have, I believe it was 87% that returned the survey as being satisfied with the way school is running. So we've met that goal anyway. So let's just leave it at 85%.
And John, what's the percent of the surveys that come back? Like most people fill them out, like of the school, just offhand, you don't have to.
It all depends on what number you're looking at. If you're looking at by household or by parent. If it's by a household, we are typically over 50%. If you're doing by parent, it's going to be a little under 50%. Because now you got a pool of over 600 versus 370 or so.
All right. Okay. Very good. All right.
What are the chances some rewording and editing can be done before it's approved?
That's Maggie's wheelhouse.
Just because I know the English department spent hours last year understanding we are not math people, okay? But the wording of low percentage rate and then this percentile in it does not make sense to us. And if you've met my department, we're kind of sticklers for getting things done well and doing it to the best of our ability. And the way it's worded, we're word people. It's hard for us. So, and there's a couple of weird wordings that I know my department would appreciate. I mean, I can see if I can meet with them soon, but just to go over and make sure we're all on the same page because it was a lengthy struggle.
We could do that. The time limitation is we need to have we're going to need the authorizer is requested a new contract be completed by August 31st. So you could do that. You would have to have some, and then the other part of that is then the authorizer as well would have to agree to those changes. I would be happy to take the time to explain what those percentage points means if that would help clear it up. From a mathematical point of view, the way these are stated, they're stated that way for a reason. And maybe it might be just an education part on the school's part, and maybe I just need to come in and explain that so it makes sense. I don't know if that's the answer you want, but
I'm just wondering because when it says there's a percentile benchmark and then there's a different point, and I think maybe that does need to be explained, but I do remember when we asked, no one could really explain it to us in a way that we understood it because we spent hours trying to figure this out and make sure the data from MDE, because that was part of our objective, met these requirements, right? We spent part of the year doing that.
Oh, you're specifically looking like at 2.1, the FastBridge reading?
Yes. And I don't have FastBridge students, so I don't understand it. And the teachers who do use the FastBridge claim that they have had little to no training to understand what any of the information in there means and how they would know, how do I know if this student is at a benchmark? Because the way they can access it doesn't give them the information in those terms.
So who?
Yeah, I think that might be a discussion item that specifically I need to have with Mr. Johnston, so he can relay some of that information. And like I said, we do have one meeting here to work with if we want to look at trying to change that language.
I'm pretty confident just getting together a quick Google Meet with my
Yep.
department, it won't take very long, and we could come up with our questions and specific word choices.
And then
Yeah, and if that's what we need to make it more friendly language wise, let's do it. That because I think most people, if you don't have the math background and understand what's all in there, you're probably going to be left with the same questions.
Well,
or
and
similar.
reading, and specifically nonfiction reading, is a whole staff goal. And we want to make sure we're doing our part to make sure that's happening.
So the way I'm interpreting these goals, so it says exceed the 40th percentile benchmark by 30 percentile points. Does that mean we're aiming for 70?
Not necessarily, but because it depends on where that 40th percentile benchmark is. And so because that's not a static number, that 40 percentile benchmark could be not at 40. It could be lower or higher than 40%. Because it's based.
I get it now, and I can totally see how everyone else would be confused.
Right. Because it's not based on the percent on the score, it's where the percentile of all the test takers where that falls.
Well, and I think if the English teachers who do that understand that or how to find that information, I think they'll feel more comfortable with that, because that makes sense to me too, that can move, and then we want to improve that by the different percentage, right?
Right. So and that's why I say this, it's kind of hard to change the language because then you're changing the meaning of the goal, because the 40th percentile benchmark is not the 40th, where 40% is at. Most of it is, the biggest thing is I may have to just, or myself or Tom Johnson will have to come in and have a discussion about what does that mean, so everybody understands what that means.
Well, and where to find that information.
Yeah.
And
I like Maggie's idea. Yeah.
on 2.1 and 2.2, can we change it from students that enter to students who enter?
I thought you were going to say that. That's a change I'm sure that the authorizer would not have a problem with.
Thank you, because people are who's.
Yep.
All right. Is there any further discussion on that?
So I believe now we have to table that, right? We have to motion to table that to next time, right?
That's great. So I motion.
You could approve this. It depends on what changes you want. If you just want to do the changes for the language of changing students who, that you could approve that contract or the goals. I can send that to the contractor. If they agree, we're done. Or if you want to include the percentile changing language, yeah, then we are going to have to wait until next meeting. So I don't know. It depends on what you want to approve.
I would like to wait to see what comes back from the teachers' questions, because they're the ones who have to implement these goals.
Right.
So I'm comfortable tabling for now and then seeing what else comes back, because maybe it's just then the minor language change.
Okay.
Right, and especially since we have time, right? It's not like we're pressing any other deadline. We have till August 31st. We might as well take the opportunity for people to understand what they're doing.
No, you have, yeah, you do have time. You do have some time to, look at this again next month if you need to. That's true.
Next month. All right. I motion to table item number 12, 12G, discuss and approve new contracts to tabling that. Do I have a motion to do that?
I will motion. Cody.
Do I have a second?
I will second Maggie.
All right, I'll do a name roll call on that. And let me get my other one here. I've got this packet was pretty hefty. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingston,
Yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski,
Yes.
Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Bergraff.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. All right. The next item is the discussion 12H, discuss board goals. All right. So our board goals, John, for this one, I know this showed up again and we talked about it at fall planning. Do we need to have further discussion on this, or is it just discuss at least the 5 goals that we talked about in workshop?
Yeah, I think that's what we want to do at this point is get it on record that what different areas that the board is looking at as their goals, have a discussion of how many goals you want to have, and then what areas you want to investigate or look deeper into. And not that you have to make a decision, you're going to do these 3 goals or 4 goals or however, but just open it up for discussion as to what does the board want to accomplish really. And this is what the question is, what goals does this board have so that the end of the year you can look back and go, yep, we did these three things, if that's it, and we did them well, and the school is better because of it, rather than nothing. You don't set any goals, and then here we are at the end of the school year and we didn't make any progress. So I guess that's my recommendation, that you probably pick 3 goals. And I would recommend not doing more than 3 goals. All the classes, the leadership classes that I've been in, that's one of the things that they choose. You do not want to make it too broad. Focus on something so you can do it well. And then when you're done, the school will be on solid foundation so that the next board or the next group can do something else, and you don't have to go and repeat it year after year after year.
So on the agenda 13A, the board goals are listed. So what do we feel as a board that you'd like to accomplish this year? Well, we have to accomplish the comprehensive review of strategic plan. That one's a must. So that one's for sure. I personally feel the expansion we need to get going on this expansion. That just has to happen. I think there's a lot of opportunities out there because of COVID that we may not have had before. If we can just really keep our finances well and have good bond rating after all of this, I think we'll be able to afford some things that were not available before. I personally would love to find one big building. I think if we ended up with MSA having one huge building where we're not traveling, 4 buildings, we would crush it, because we're already crushing it. But I think it would be, for me, that's just one of, I are my driving, but I don't know about the rest of you.
Myself, I think if we're looking at board goals, I know the idea, finance training is always really important. But I will also mention the idea of contract language. It belies the more significant issue, and that's with HR and personnel and how we categorize individuals under contract. So right now, there's different interpretations of what at will means and how that contract language is used. And so I've asked different people. I've emailed Eugene Piccolo, and I know John is emailed as well. And so the idea is when we're looking at HR and we're looking at our contracts, can somebody just be dismissed? The language indicates they can be just dismissed outright, and it kind of speaks to some HR challenges. So that language is going to have to be reviewed one way or another. It doesn't have to be a board goal, but that issue needs to be resolved. I had hoped it would be resolved before we had contract issued this year.
Annie, didn't they talk about that at one of our trainings?
We did. In fact, we fall under, we not at will. We actually fall under the timed contract. Yeah, so we went, this was some of our board training. So
I agree. I went to the same thing and got the same thing, but our school lawyer has an entirely different interpretation of that statute. And so we're going with the school lawyer interpretation, which categorizes us as at will and being able to be dismissed without notice and without any cost. That's how our contract reads right now. So even if it's not a board goal, that contract language issue needs to be resolved this year. We have to find a ground that's workable.
would be those be the, well, and I want to hear with the rest of you. So I and II, do you believe those are two? Well, I has to, 13AI has to be done. So 13AII, do you feel expansion is just absolutely one of those goals that we have to go after this year, and then maybe we pick a third?
I want to propose that finance training, maybe limit that to how it pertains to expansion. I don't know if we need a full board understanding of the, like, deep understanding of finances at this time. I'd rather us focus on the COVID stuff and everything else that needs to go on.
Okay, so contract language, Michelle, you feel is a must. So how would that look as far as getting us
That's what I'm saying. Because it's a very specific, it's like a very specific thing underneath the heading of human resources. I don't know whether that, I mean, we can workshop it and we can have things, even if it's not a specific board goal, but we need to have a review and a potential revision of the contract language used. Because I know John is consulted, and we need to get Eugene and the other lawyer, we need to get them in a room and we need to figure out what really is the answer. Because I went to training and it had something totally different too, and so then I got confused. And so even if it's not a formal goal, somewhere we're going to need a couple meetings in a row, and we've got to figure it out, and it has to be by March before any contracts are started to be revised.
And I guess I would, I'm just going to jump in on that. The problem that exists is you have Eugene Piccolo, who writes the policy and is in the process of writing those policies. So he understands the intent behind the law, whereas the lawyers, once that becomes law, the lawyers are involved in the application of the law. And that is where the problem exists, because the application does not match what the intent was. So whether that's good or bad, I mean, that's a whole different issue. But I would say, when it comes to the contract language, that is something that, as long as I've been here, it hasn't been addressed or looked at. And it would be very beneficial to have that clarified. If you're going to say you're an at-will employee, then let's not convolute that. Or if you're going to say you're going to be a contract, let's make it a contract and not convolute that by saying, oh, by the way, you're still an at-will employee. The other part of this is by being an at-will employee, the school is at risk because teachers or anybody else, staff members, myself included, in December, I can give you a 2-week notice, and because I'm at will, I'm gone. And now where's the school has been exposed because now you're in the middle of the school year and you're scrambling to try and find somebody to finish out the school year. So there's pros and cons to both. I'm not trying to lead the board down one path right now, but I think it is important to get that language cleared up, whether it's this year, and I mean, we've been doing it for years. That's not a reason to continue doing it, but it's an issue that needs to get addressed sometime, and sometime hopefully fairly soon. Doesn't have to be this year, but it would be sure be nice.
So
I think it needs to be this year. I wouldn't want to sign a contract with the same language again.
that's true. So how do we make that happen? Do we find, I want to say Eugene Piccolo Maggie, wasn't that the person who actually did and he was talking about times. So I think he's gotten a little more savvy about what they are, but I don't know. So what would you propose then, Michelle, to get this as our goal accomplished? Again,
well, given that this one is a goal that I do believe that it would take a couple of meetings, but I don't think it's going to be as extensive as the review of strategic plan and as the expansion end of your goal. So while I understand more than 3 goals is kind of a bad plan, I'd be okay having this be a 4th goal, knowing that it's going to take less time, that we can try to get this nailed out in a couple of meetings with our consultants and finally nail down language that represents what does MSA think with regard to contracts.
And so
there, you know, I don't know, what do you all think? I know 4 is a lot. We got to figure it out.
And 3rd would be finance training within the expansion realm, like Cody. Okay. Cody, do you know anybody who, like, what is your vision on how we would meet that goal? How would we find somebody to train us on that? Would you be Mr. Teacher of finance training in the expansion?
I would not feel comfortable trying to teach this to you guys. I have an understanding of it, but I don't know if I can teach it yet.
Do you think we could have somebody come in also, like Michelle says, maybe a couple workshops for finance training? Do you feel you would be able to, could you find somebody that might come in and help us with this goal for a couple workshops?
Well, if we're having our company helping us with expansion, that's also helping with the financial end, I would hope they would be able to help us with that.
That's excellent. So maybe
or as our own finance company.
Or that.
Yeah, like BKDA.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not throwing off responsibility, but if on the expansion committee, well, and it would be, actually, we wouldn't be going with BKB for our choice of who we would pick for, the 3 that we have right now. So it would be actually contacting BDK. John, would you be able to maybe contact them, or somehow we could get somebody in to do this finance training for the expansion? Or do you think it's better to go with the person we chose eventually for our expansion?
No, I to be honest with you, this is Berggren KDV is the company that we contract all of our financial services with, and they have provided this training in the past to the board. I would highly recommend that we utilize them again, because you will then start to develop a better working relationship with the finance manager. The part of the problem, if you want to call it a problem, but the concern has been for the last 6 months, our provider, the finance manager, has been shifting. We are now on our 3rd person in the past 6 months. I do believe this person, Jenny Abbs, who I have not yet got the opportunity to meet because she's been on vacation, I've been on vacation and whatnot. but I believe she has the expertise. She comes highly recommended by Judith Darling, who worked with the school for many years. So I think she will be able to provide the training that we need. We just need to let her know what it is that we want to be trained on.
Okay.
So that I think that's something that we can have a discussion on in the finance meeting,
Right.
throw ideas around and that kind of thing.
That sounds great. Maybe we'll let her settle in for a little while. And then when you guys have your finance training, maybe you bring something back to the board on how long, you know, what perhaps we can set up for that. All right, those are great goals, everybody. So very nice. All right, so item 12I. Oh, I'm sorry, is discussion over? Anyone else want this? Okay. 12.
The only thing, I'm sorry, the only thing I would like to add on there is probably the biggest goal of all, and that is making it through this challenging year of COVID, because I don't want anybody to lose sight of this is the number one challenge for not only our school, but every school, because there are schools that are going to fail this year because of the way they handled this. And I think everybody has to keep that in the forefront. That has got to be number one goal, is we have to be able to survive this on top of all the other things. I just don't want the board to forget or lose sight of that, because it's going to be the biggest challenge that we have all year, because we're going to see stuff that we never anticipated develop, and then we're going to have to react to it.
So would it be something like safely managing, the education through this pandemic, something like that, right? I mean, we have to do the safety bit, and we have to do the education bit, and both of those need to come together.
Yeah, and the financial part as well, because if we lose 20 students and we can't get them replaced, that's going to put a tremendous burden on the school as to how do you make up that funding.
I agree. I think these are very fluid. COVID is definitely, that's the one that's going to shift it. Believe me, we've experienced that in classrooms. All right, well, that's actually a great segue into our next item, which is 12I, Fall Planning Draft Update, which was a pretty gargantuous guide here. So I'd like to open that up for discussion. And
I guess the first thing I would like to just state before, if we want to picnic or nitpick or look at items, is I just would like to make sure everybody, I can't name all the people that have been involved in that, because there have been the vast majority of stakeholders of MSA have had some kind of input into this, the development of this planning guide. And I just say, it's a reflection on the entire MSA community. And a lot of teachers have spent a lot of hours of time that they didn't have to do into helping craft this. So this document is really it's a draft living document. It's going to change, but kudos to the entire MSA community, because without all of the input that occurred, we wouldn't have the plan that we have. We did have a couple of meetings where we had over 50 parents at each meeting providing input and having discussions. And like I said, the teachers have come in on their own time and put a lot of effort into it. So I just want to make sure that they're acknowledged for all of the extra hard work that they put into it. And this is a draft document. I do not have a problem with you tearing it apart or asking questions, because I look at it as a working document, and the goal is to have the best possible plan when we start with students coming back, because that's what it's all about, is making a plan that will work for as many students as possible so that they all can be successful.
Well, and I noticed Heather Crisco sent just recently, I think, the final draft, kind of another planning guide that came in late. So, I mean, it's interesting. This all came together. It was interesting to be part of this, because we began with nothing and ended up with that. But I do have a question on scenario 3, page 149. So I was confused on this part. And this whole async hybrid versus synchronized hybrid versus like, for example, some of the language here I was confused on, but let's first do that one, page 149. And I think that was my old, so we got repackaged ones.
Yeah, that is the old version because 149 is on the
Activities.
activity handbook. So
yes, I think, yeah, it got missed. By the way, Carrie Ham, I got a shout out for her. She puts this whole packet together. We all like zoom in all these different things and she ties it up. I'm like, I couldn't even imagine. So it says here in scenario 3, there's bullet points I felt that were suggesting that we were in person. So I was confused why we had that under distant learning. So like, I thought there was, what's that?
Step back and have John explain option 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I guess, especially because I don't know how many people we have live watching the live stream or anything, and they probably don't have the document in front of them. So there are 3 basic scenarios. Scenario 1 is where we would be, and it's called the one by the Department of Education, 100% students on campus. That's really not an accurate description of it, because within that scenario, you have to plan for students that are opting or cannot be in person because they may be in self-quarantine or they may have tested positive for COVID. So they obviously would have to have a distance learning plan. So when we say scenario 1, the idea is that all students are on campus. You also have to remember that you will have some students that are not on campus because they may be going through some COVID protocol. So scenario 1 is, if you want to think of it, would be everybody's on campus. What are we going to do, or how does that look, or what adjustments do we have to make? Scenario 2 is the hybrid. So it's a kind of a step down from scenario 1, where you could have a maximum, and that's the important thing, it's a maximum of 50% occupancy on campus. So then you're looking at an alternating some kind of schedule where some days the students are going to be on campus, some days they're going to be distance learning. So it's a hybrid of both distance learning and being on campus. So that's scenario 2, and then everything that goes into trying to make that work. The last scenario, scenario 3, is where you're at 100% distance learning. Students are not on campus. It would be a scenario something similar to what we did last year at the end of the school year. Obviously, we've made adjustments from things that we've learned and things we want to put in place to make it a much more sustainable learning model. So those are your 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, you're on campus. Scenario 2, half or maybe less than half are on campus. And then scenario 3 is all distance learning. Students are not coming on campus other than maybe to do a material pickup, but they're not going into the building.
Annie, I think I found what you're talking about. It's 139 on the new packet. It's the section about, what is it? Logistics, school operations and logistics. So that starts on page 133. And then if you follow scenario 3 down to page 139, it talks about face-to-face kinds of things in the building. I'm guessing that's what the problem is.
Yes, and plus the environment. I think also on page 138, scenario 3, environment, where we're talking, no, I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I know, that's what I thought. Yes, so just basically, any verbiage, I think on scenario 3 where it suggests that students are in, I think you copied and paste, all of us kind of copied and paste. I think Jesse did a big help with this too. So just to tighten that up, what other things? The other thing I had a question on is,
Can you go back and, so on page 139,
No, it's 131. Let's start there.
Right, so,
Yes.
so John, on the new packet, page
Yes.
138 and 139, both environment and safety in scenario 3 are copy and pastes from earlier. And they're talking about hand sanitizers throughout the building, masks worn, vending machines removed. Now, some of that is probably true because you still have teachers working in the building.
Right.
So, but it says students need to pick up supply, so just have to go through that a little bit and make sure. It sounds a little bit like students are there, but some of it is because staff is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, to that point, we can, if those are applicable, I may have to put a statement in there for those on campus or something to that effect. Because a lot of that does still apply, but yeah, we can tighten up the language on that so that there is no confusion. So thank you for catching that.
I'm just a little nervous with, if we have kids who are at home and we're teaching here, I'm comfortable podcasting myself, but not all teachers are. So if we have students that need instruction at home because they're, they don't feel it's here, but yet we have students in-house, are we doing both? Like, I was confused on like some of the, like, I don't know how, like what hybrid is. I think the confusion is hybrid language. Like, are we doing both, or are we teaching those at home and here, or how is that working?
So I guess if I understand your question, are you talking mostly from a teacher's perspective if we're doing the hybrid?
Yes.
As a classroom teacher, what is that looking like?
Yes.
Because I have to do, in essence, it depends on how you set your class up. And that this is where we don't want to dictate to the teachers what you must do, but it could be the scenario where if you're doing a hybrid scenario that maybe you're doing a lab. I'm just going to take, chemistry because that's what I used to teach, or physics. I'm going to do a lab, and for those students that are here, I'm going to have them do an acceleration lab so they actually get to see and measure acceleration. Well, I can do that for those students that are on campus. The students that are distance learning, I'm going to have a different activity for them to do so that they get that same concept, so that the next time we meet, and let's say we're meeting Monday, so then when we meet again on Thursday, I can progress that class rather than regurgitating the lab that I already did. So in essence, you could look at that as a teacher, I'm kind of having to do two different lessons, in that I have to come up with something for those people that distance learning and those people that are in class. I don't know if I'm getting at your question though.
Well, I think that's what concerns me is we'll now be having 6 preps. If I have 3 preps, that's really 6 preps, because we'll be creating these as we go. Because I had all hands on. So, when we have, that's a concern for me, because we're already,
I agree.
because we're going to be tired. I mean, we're going to be working, trying to get out. I don't know how we address that. I don't know how. Are you all worried also, other teachers, or?
Well, and to me, it depends on what I'm teaching, because there are times when it's fine. We're doing the same thing, but there are times when that would work better, possibly. But I don't know that it should be part of the mandate of the document. And also, I think part of what you were worried about with the environmental thing were people on the committee who were worried that those things weren't going to happen just because kids weren't on campus. So I don't know if the committee is going to see that again also.
And I will say for myself with history stuff, there's things that I can record us doing in class, as we're going through, or just pre-record. But yeah, not everything translates identically. And it was brought up a couple of times in some of our different meetings. I remember Lisa Anderson mentioning it, that with hybrid, there's kind of like two schools of thought. And one of them is that you do separate the activities and have something different. And then when you see them next, you might have that group do what you did in class with the other one, you know what I mean? So you're rotating out, or at least shifting what you do. So it is kind of twice the prep. Or do we want to go with the idea that you try as much as you can to mimic the skills or benchmarks for those at home, you know, in the best way that you can, knowing that it's not going to be quite the same. But we would have to be really careful about any of those things based on how much you'd be modifying the curriculum or changing the curriculum. If you're cutting out a lot of benchmarks in a hybrid system, that might mean you need to have a different grade book. You know, there's, you know what I mean? Like for different sections or for each assignment, students would have to understand if it says, you know, silver and maroon. If you see a whole bunch of silver missing or asterisks in the grade book, but you're a maroon, it's because the silver assignment was a little different. So we might have two entries for the same assignment in the grade book. So it looks like half their assignments are missing, but it's because those are the opposite. You know what I mean? So there's like, if I had an assignment and it has a different like point total or slightly different description so that they can know what it is, you might have it twice. Half the maroon kids would have the score in one line and half the silver kids would have a score in another. I don't know. I mean, it's not just about the point total, it's about the description and things like that too. I don't know. But hybrid's kind of a weird one, sort of like.
Well, I think it should be up to the teacher and the curriculum because that's going to be different for every class. And I think Joelle could make separate grade books too. Like I think she could make a maroon hour 4 and a silver hour 4 because we have students who have just like their own little grade book.
I think she can, but we better not ask. Joelle's done.
No, I was just going to say, yeah.
Yes.
And I think it is up to each teacher and each discipline, you know, because
Yeah.
even within one class, an activity might work well one way and then a second you know, so it's like, it's hard to nail down just one thing. It'd be easy, like in terms of organization, like for people to wrap their heads around if you only had one way of doing it, but it's not a one size fits all.
I would ask that we not do that, please, because I have, you know, Joelle is already stretched pretty thin, and I don't really want to add that because it's going to. It sounds like it's easy to do, but it's a lot more complicated than it sounds, and there's a lot more layers to that, and I think there are other workarounds that would be less cumbersome and less time demanding.
I have a question. Do we need to can you mute? Can we do we need to hire someone to help Joelle to help with this or reshift staff to help her?
I think staffing wise, I think we have enough staff to do those tasks. It's just a matter of being able to offload certain tasks to other staff members. So, and the other part of that is finding somebody that would be able to do what you would need them to do. Because you're looking at a part-time scenario. And I hate to say this, but a lot of it comes down to finances too. If you look at where our budget is, we don't, with the budget that we currently have, if we're going to start adding people, we're going to have to add students. There is no, you know, otherwise, I don't know how you're going to pay for this stuff, you know, or people, or anything to that nature. I think there are possibilities for other people to offer some help. You know, we're in that transition bind right now, as I kind of explained. I don't know if I explained it to the entire board or not, but we're, as a school, we're not a big school, so we don't have all of the resources that a big school has. We're not a small school, so we aren't as nimble as a small school is. We're in that middle area where we have a lot of the, we have a lot of the smaller school problems that we can't solve because our student population isn't where it needs to be, so that we can eliminate a lot of issues that the big schools don't have to worry about because they have the number of students they have. And we're too big to minimize some of the issues that the smaller schools don't have because we have so many students. And scheduling is one of them. Scheduling is just a nightmare because of the number of sections that we have and the classes we offer. And then on top of all that, we do placement testing, which complicates everything that much more. I'm sorry, long answer, Cody. It's I think we have the capacity with the current staffing. And I'm not going to say it's not stressing everybody, because it is stressing everybody, not just one or two people. It's stressing everybody, and all the more reason why expansion needs to be one of the forefront things, because this problem is not going to get any less. It's going to grow. And
So John, can I ask you I have a question. I know, and I know you're busy, like you said, like 250 emails right now in your thing, but I know Joelle asked me just to kind of maybe help her get some of her emails answered. She's emailed several people to help her that are on staff, and she's not getting emails back. So, and I know we're all busy. It's not like I'm saying, but it would really be nice if we could not have her in limbo, because she is working a lot of hours, and to get her the help that she needs if there is her hand, however that is. So if you would just, your email that I sent, if I could come in and meet with you and her and just go through some of the stuff. That's my big thing, is like, she is very overwhelmed right now, and it would be nice to just.
And I would say that she's not the only one that's overwhelmed. I mean, the administrative staff there are a lot of administrative staff that are overworked, and that's just, and I'm not going to point out individual people. I think that's the wrong thing to do in a public forum. But I'm just going to state that there are a number of staff members, full-time staff members, that are, their plate is full, and it's fuller than it should be. And we have a lot of it comes down to prioritizing what needs to get done, and some tasks have to wait. And that's where they just have to wait, because priority-wise, they're not as high on some people's plates as other people's plates. And there's only so many hours in the day.
John,
I guess I'm just going to stop there, because I don't want to, get into any individual situations.
I have a question, John, and I think so. I'm glad to see that we have this fall guide kind of materializing, right? I mean, putting things down to paper is very different than just this idea that we're going to have a plan. But is there anything else that we can or should be doing between now and when, either school starts or when we have this next meeting after the MDE announcement? I mean, what else are we missing? What can we be doing that we we said, oh, we should have done that?
So I know you're addressing this to John, and I really don't want to interrupt, but I've had a number of questions from parents and other teachers. So I went through and took the document from the state of Minnesota about planning, and I put tabs by all the things that still have to be put into our plan. I also put it into a document of questions and things that still need to be done. And it's fairly significant. But getting the version that we have right now, even just getting a schedule nailed down, took a ton of meetings, because you're trying to balance a lot. But I have referenced by page number quite a few things that still need to be figured out. So when we have some of the options from the governor, when we were doing that meeting, there's quite a bit still that we need to include.
Do they need to be? Can they be divided up, or how do we close that gap, Michelle? We don't have that much time left, right?
A number of it is things that sort of started but are waiting. So when I was going through, as I started out, there's a whole section that is talking about social emotional learning and ELL learners, and we don't have any mention of those. Student family engagement section, we have almost none. Mental health and restorative practices and PD, we have almost none. When we're talking, we have references to following through with the Minnesota State High School League and the directives for facilities and activities planning, but the directive is to have a published plan, and we don't have one. So and I don't want to belie it, because getting to this point where we have a schedule and a plan, and we have ordered supplies, and we have, you know, those supplies and all those things took a lot of time to figure out. But once we know, or once we kind of get an idea, we'll have to nail down the final options for a bunch of these. But I mean, I can share my questions, Doc, because it's like I had questions from parents and from teachers and things, so it's sort of a compilation of a lot of different ideas. But yeah.
It might be nice to, like you say, it might be nice, Michelle, to share that. I don't know what the appropriate form is, but it would be open at least and transparent. Not everyone gets a chance to sit through the board meeting. So you could say, here's the questions that we still are working through. And people can then say, okay, good, I have those questions and I see somebody is at least acknowledges them. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I can share them with you all as board members, so that as you're looking at the plan, at ideas, you kind of see what it is. The document from the state is 100 pages long, so it takes kind of a lot of time to go through.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like when we get the updates, we haven't had so many this summer, but you know, when school's in session, you pretty much get an email every day, and it says, here's kind of what's going on, here's the new news, and then the old news kind of deal. So if we had a little update which says, by the way, we have a fall plan guide, it's not finished yet, we still have these questions outstanding, and maybe the top 10 questions or something that we're still working on. I don't know, something like that. I think probably a lot of the parents, like everyone in the US, is anxious about what's going to happen in the fall, right? Some states have already decided, and the parents that I've talked to are not happy about those decisions. As John mentioned earlier, you're never going to have a plan that everybody's happy with, but at least knowing that we've given some thought to as many concerns as we can. I think that's all we can do right now, right?
You know, it's funny. I've been a data girl all my life. I was in research for a long time, and this is the first time in a long time I've seen such 48%, 52. I mean, it's like in the middle. So I think to Rob's point, this is definitely those kind of times. It's going to be really hard to really please everybody. But you know, the hybrid model for sure is going to be the most difficult, I believe, to pull off.
Well, and so again, I broke the rule and ended up accidentally sending that email to 5 of the board members. I don't know if we need to rectify that in this meeting somehow, or put that in the minutes, or however that works. That part I don't understand yet. But I really believe that for us to put our best foot forward, let's hear what the governor has to say on Thursday. But I think that the hybrid model is just too much to do with this short period of time we have left. And I think the sooner we make a decision to say, let's go distance learning until we can open up safely, we have time to figure out how to do that, then we don't have to overpay for PPEs and worry about busing. I have a friend on the Richfield School Board. Their consultant says you can only have 15 students on a bus. 1 student per seat every other row. There's no way we're going to be able to pull all of this off in a month and make this hybrid work. And so I think we show that we're the best school in the state by making distance learning the best it can possibly be, and tell the teachers to start planning now. The hybrid is just going to be, as Annie pointed out, she's going to have to do 2 lessons, one for the students in and one for them out. And you can't just have everybody watch you at the board and say, hey, we're all learning the same. That takes years to really master, but I think there's enough of us that have done distance learning for a long time. You've got an excellent consultant in Justin who, knows the tech. I think it's, although it's the most unpopular thing in the world, we just got to go full steam ahead with distance learning. And then in that letter that I sent, however we can share it with people, I suggest that we do specific social things for the kids, for the teachers, to really get to know the students in wide open spaces so that people can be there. Anyway, that's I don't know how we move forward trying to make that work, but I really think that's how we should do this.
The other thing to keep in mind is that the first attempt at distance learning was done in 2 weeks of planning, and then the school was building the ship as they went along. They were trying to mitigate the problems as they came up, and that's still going to be an issue. It was something that was mentioned several times in both the parent survey and the teacher survey, and from a business experience, my organization went from a handful of folks that met in person every day to doubling the size of the team, and half of them were either in another state or in another country. We had to adjust to meeting digitally, and that took time for everybody to adjust, and there were hurdles, but we had to also sit and identify those hurdles, which the surveys have helped to start identify, and then figure out ways to remediate those problems. And I think as long as our stakeholders are a part of that process, and it's not just a one and done thing, but it's because once you solve one thing, something else is going to crop up. Hopefully that something else is minor, but you're slowly then improving the system, and to Rob's point, making distance learning the best that it can be.
I wanted to ask, I know as the board, it's our job, our responsibility to determine the calendar. What's the process if we need to push the start of school back? And would exploring that option relieve a lot of stress if we pushed back school opening by 2 weeks?
So the process to do that is the board would have to adopt a new calendar. Excuse me. You would still have to meet the statutory requirements of the number of hours that students are required to get instructional time, which would mean if you move the start of school back 2 weeks, you have to find 2 weeks of instructional time to replace that. So either that would be cutting winter break, spring break, different days off, or extending the time into the summer. Because the calendar that we currently have we do not have any instructional days built into it that are excess. So if you take a day away of instruction right now off of the current calendar, you have to add it in somewhere else.
Plus, we never know if we need the busing. So that's the other thing, to be on the South Wash calendar, which we are synced with right now. So is there any more discussion items? Any on the fall planning? I know it's a big document. So.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I've got to start working on my curriculum, but I can't, so
Wow.
I this week and next week, I have to start working on my curriculum items. I have to start adjusting all of those. But when we meet again, or a week or two before we meet, I can share the document that I have, where I just have a bunch of compiled questions and things that are referenced in the MDE doc that we need, just so we have a checklist. Are there things still needing to be addressed? Because I want to make sure we don't have any holes.
Well, especially when it comes to compliance. I think if we can get any of the compliance things in there that we need to. And that doc has the compliance. Is that doc, Michelle, does it have compliance with MDE and just parent ideas, or just compliance? I feel like that needs to be.
It's mostly compliance. So
Yeah.
I went through, and there's things referenced in pages that we need to have included in our plan and are not. But remember, it's a working document, and so this is part of the final drafting process, but the final draft still needs quite a bit of information in it. So when we're looking at different types of things, even just like they have a section on English language learner and households, so we should be sending our surveys out in languages that we have families at home. Our surveys are all sent out in English right now. So if a student has a non-English language as a first language parent, they may not understand the questions as well as you would want them to before they answer, or maybe perhaps not at all. And so some, just some of, and the plan, and it just needs to be accessible to everybody, and they have to have all of the information. We have to have specific plans, even down to like the technology security assessment. They have a template for it, but we haven't done it yet. So that, there's just quite a bit, but their document is huge. Like, it's going to take time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Curriculum starts now. So I don't know if you all know this, but we all been in professional development. I've been into 3, I think, this summer. Virtual, how do we do this and how do we do that? So we've been busy figuring out how to do this thing, but now it's time to actually get my stuff and start. Yeah, I don't know. Well, if you could share it, then the information's there. The information's there at the MDE anyway. So that's nice that you went through that, Doc. All right. Well, any other discussion on that? Really, we have a decision coming down, Thursday, I think. Governor Walz will be letting us know what will be happening. All right. So next item of business is 12J, the approval of the activities handbook. Do I have a motion to approve the activities handbook? Yes.
Cody will motion.
All right. Do I have a second?
Jennifer will second.
All right. The motion carries after we do a roll call. So let me go ahead and do a roll call on that. All right. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingston.
Yes.
Cody Sheep.
Yes.
Michelle Kirkowski.
Yeah.
Judy sorry. Adam Bartz.
Yes.
Robert Kruger.
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle.
Yes.
Maggie Berggraf.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right. So item 12L, no, I'm sorry, item 12, business item 12K, approval of Costco and/or Sam's Club membership. I don't know why you have that in yellow, John. It must be important. Do I have a motion to approve the Costco and Sam's Club membership?
Don't we need to know what we're motioning first?
Well, you know, it's funny because I was talking with a friend who wrote. That's weird because I was talking to somebody who knows. I went through training here, but you can imagine Robert's Rules is huge. And this was kind of the format she gave me. So it did seem backwards that so basically you discuss the item, I approve. So Rob, help me through this here. Your board chair. I'll get it right by next time. Trust me. So we discuss it first?
Well, no, I mean, you can introduce it before you have a motion. So in other words, I don't understand. I mean, was there something in the packet that I missed? What's this and or thing? I'm not comfortable with a motion with an and or in it. So unless I have an idea. So it can be introduced before we make the motion.
Okay. So I don't know, John, it's nice and yellow. There must be something to discuss here. Approval of Costco and or Sam's Club business item page. Okay.
The reason it was highlighted was after our meeting, I added that because it came up. So that's the reason it was in yellow, because it was after our meeting. The and or is there because I don't know if the board wants to have a membership at one or the other or both. So that's the reason is and or. Before we can have a membership, the board would need to approve that because with the membership, you have the ability to charge to that account. And the board would have to authorize me to get a card so that we could have an account at either one of these to take advantage of a lot of the pricing that they do on their products. If we don't have a membership there, it's kind of hard for the school to take advantage of all the programs that they have for educational institutions, and then also their pricing. For example, I have a Costco membership, personal one. So I just looked at their price of paper, and a box of paper is roughly $1 a box cheaper. Well, that doesn't sound like much, but if you understand how much paper we do in a typical year, the price of that paper, one item alone, would be enough to pay for the membership, and we would still have savings. So, especially at this point in time where they have a lot of supplies available, and if you're an educational institution, you kind of get to go to the front line and take advantage. And whereas a member can only buy one or two, the school can buy multiple sets of items. So there are a lot of advantages to having a membership, but in order to have that membership, because it's a financial obligation, the board has to authorize that membership to occur before, as an administrator, I can go forward and get a membership. And Costco, Sam's Club, maybe both. I don't, I put it on there because I don't really have a preference. I've done both. Both of them offer, prices that are much better for you than going to get them on traditional.
For sure. Cody,
vendors.
how do you think we should proceed with this as a finance guy?
Personally, I think you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cody.
What are the costs of the memberships?
Well, it all depends on what level you want, what level of membership you want, and the volume that you do. For example, the cost for a Costco membership is, and don't quote me at this because I didn't check this out recently, but it's like $150. But you then, for every purchase you have, that offsets. So if you do minimal amount of purchasing, you're going to pay for that membership in the savings that you've accumulated many times over. A lot of it depends on the volume you do, and we would do just the paper. I know the paper alone for Costco we would save multiple times the cost of the membership. The biggest thing if the board were to authorize a membership, would be to put a dollar limit as to how much we can have carrying on that. And initially, $5,000 I think is a reasonable amount. And then we can see if we ever get to the point where we exceed that amount. I think $5,000 would be more than enough of an account limit. Typically, the discount store will give you a limit, but you can request it to be lowered or raised depending on what the board is authorized. For example, our credit card, they often increase our credit limit, and then we have to contact them and say, no, we're only authorized for this level. Please reduce our credit limit down to this. So that's why the board would need to put in a dollar amount, because I would not want to have a credit, open up a membership and wow, we got $30,000 of credit, and we don't really need that. It's one way to protect the school. Yeah.
So John,
go ahead.
You think that Costco would be what you would choose just because of the paper and then a $5,000 limit? I don't even know. Do you apply for Costco? Do you actually tell them? You just wouldn't charge more than 5,000 on there, is what you're saying.
Oh, you can request a limit.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they will a lot of times you'll get your card and then it'll state what your limit is.
Right.
And if it's above whatever is authorized by the board, then you just would have to contact them and say, please reduce my limit to this amount.
Okay. And that was a cost of how much? Is that at like 120 a year? Is that what that?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't quote me on a number because I'd have to go back and get what that actual membership number is, because it also varies on what level you want to get.
Were you hoping to have this before our next meeting?
There are some advantages right now that would be nice to have. Specifically, I'm talking Costco because I guess that seems to be the place of choice by a vast majority of the staff members, because they'll go into Costco and say, hey, well, did you see this is only this much, or there's X number of sanitation pumps available. Why don't we buy a bunch? Well, we're not members, so we don't buy a bunch because we're not members.
Do you know, John, does our Costco do delivery also? I know I set up the account for our company, and one of the things we liked about it was the online ordering. I don't, because I'm trying to think, if you get one credit card or one card with your face on it, then it may limit, who all could go there, versus if you have it in the admin office, maybe multiple people could put in their requests, something like that.
Well, the credit card that we currently have is in my name. You're going to have to put it in one person's name. You can have multiple signers.
Yeah,
you can have
no, that's fine. I'm
multiple
just trying to
signers.
think. We pooled things together at the factory in North Carolina, where they can then have all the orders come through, right, delivered. Or if you want to go shopping too, I guess it's fine also.
Oh, and typically I do not do the orders. Ken does. Ken Lacoste does the orders, so he has the ability to put stuff on the card. But ultimately, the card's in my name, so I have to sign off on all the expenses anyway. So it has to come through on my desk so I can sign off on them. So I guess traditionally that's always been on the director, and then after we sign off, then it goes to the finance committee for review to make sure that all the purchases are appropriate.
I did a little research. It looks like Costco, a business one, the high-end business one's like 120.
Right, but
And
we
then
can get a new
Sam's
membership
Club
for
was
60
like
bucks.
100 and similar price. And if we're looking at advantages for being able to get stuff to deal with COVID, I don't think, considering the history of the problems getting toilet paper and all those supplies, it might be advantageous for us to invest in having a membership at both. So if one of them's out of a product that we need, I don't see putting the extra cost in the second membership as being that detrimental to the school's finances. So I guess we could make a motion now, or is there any other comments people want to make?
Are we going to be in violation of any contracts with any vendors for our current supplies?
No, we have no contracts with vendors as far as what they provide, so
Okay.
that would not be an issue. I would recommend that that we would do both, because when we are in person, and I really do anticipate sometime, although it may be late in May, that we would get to a place where we're in person. We do quite a bit of business with Walmart when we have to run and get stuff, because they tend to have some items that Costco doesn't. The other part of that, and I don't know how this board feels about it, but boards before have also had the philosophy that because we are a public entity, we should not just give our business to one business only, but that we should spread our public dollars to multiple businesses when it is financially feasible. I don't know how your feelings are on that or anything, but that has been some sentiment on previous board, that we don't just pick one and give them all of our business. We pick multiple businesses and take advantage of their pricing on as many items as we can.
I think that's a great point, because paper might be best at Costco, but hand sanitizer is better at Sam's Club. And like I said, I don't think the 2 memberships will be that big of a strain. So, do we want to make a motion now?
Andy, what do you think?
Anybody object to both, or shall we make a motion to approve Costco and Sam's Club? Okay. All right. Do I have a motion?
Do we also have to make as part of the motion the credit limit?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I was going to, yes.
Can I go ahead and do it?
Yes, please.
So I motion that we approve a membership at both Sam's Club and Costco for a $5,000 credit limit at both locations.
I second that. This is Rob.
All right. We have motion to, then we'll do a roll call on that, right? I'm so tired right now, you guys. I'm starting to phase out. It's a lot of talking. All right. Roll call vote. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingston,
Yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski. Yes.
You
I'm
were
not-
muted.
Yes. Sorry, I was trying to,
I
I
know.
was double checking the moved in the second.
You're typing and doing all that right. Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
Yes.
Motion carries. All right. All right. So the next item of business is 12L, discussion of special ed citations. I think you had a video. Is that correct, John?
That is correct. So I don't know if I can share my screen.
Yeah,
If I have that ability to do that right now.
I think Maggie, because you have co-host abilities, right? I think it's giving him share screening ability. I don't know how to.
And then, John, do you have a transcript of the video for the notes?
No, I do not, because I did not make the video.
Will you send me the link? I can probably try. I can see if there's a transcript option available.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Maggie, click on John's name, and then I think you can, sometimes you can give him sharing permission or make a host.
I guess the other part, what I could do is I can share the link, but there's a password associated with it as well.
You're on mute,
You're
Maggie.
muted, Maggie.
I just made John co-host.
Cool.
There we go.
Okay, so can you see this? It says the program and fiscal monitoring.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to push play, and you're going to listen to Mike Deschanel, who happens to be our special ed director, explain about the whole process. So better him than me, because he's much more of an expert. So I'm going to push play. Please let me know if you can't hear it or it's not working.
Good evening, members of the school board for Math and Science Academy. My name is Mike Deschanel.
I can't hear it.
Serves Math and Science Academy. I am a full-time.
So you cannot hear it?
Well, like, it's very, very slight. I know he's talking,
too
but I can't
quiet.
make out the words.
Is this
Yeah,
really,
I've got it maxed out volume wise. So
is this really 18 minutes? Is there a way that we can just watch this on our own before the next meeting?
that's up to the board. I mean, yeah, I mean, I can share the link with you, but yes, it's 18 minutes long.
Well, and the other thing is, part of the director goals is the addressing some of the violations that we have on there. Was it with a clip? I can't remember the term for the violations.
Well,
I'm thinking for the notes right now, can you give a quick definition of what those are, so that, you know, I've
Well,
got
that's
that.
what he does. That's what he does in the video, is he explains all of those. So I don't know how you want to, go forward with this.
Is the link the same quality of volume though? I mean,
But on my I can listen to it and I hear it fine on my volume.
John, I think what's happening is you don't have it enabled to share the sound. So the sound we're hearing is being captured from your microphone.
Hmm.
And I don't know how to fix it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me try one thing. I'm just going to max out the volume in my speakers.
I think that's
And
just going to make it worse. Is there really no other way that we can just watch this on our own? Or is this an important thing to get done today?
I guess what we could do is I can share the link. All that information is there, and then the next meeting you could ask questions that
I
develop.
like that idea, Chair.
yeah, I think that's fine. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Should I motion for that then if we're bringing it, just to have him link it and take it off? Or is that just?
It's just discussion, so we've just decided that the discussion will happen next week. Or
And
I
we'll
mean, sorry, next meeting.
Okay, John, we'll just make sure that gets on the agenda just to discuss it after we watch the video. So we'll just have to make sure, I have to make sure the video's embedded in the agenda or something. So.
Sorry,
And
we
you're
just
still
need the link.
sharing your screen, so we see the link in the
Yep.
password.
Oh, the world sees it actually. We all get right. Okay. Okay. Well, let's move on then to business item 12M, special board meeting date for scenario determination. Now, I don't think we have to motion on this. I can call a special meeting as long as we have 3 days notice. So this was the discussion. I know, Michelle, you had mentioned that we may need to set this for the 7th or 8th of August because we want some of these surveys to come in.
Odie,
Even
could
though
you
the
mute
governor will be
yourself?
announced.
We're getting, thanks. Sorry.
What's that, Rob?
You were just getting some echo.
So what date do you think we want to set this? Michelle, you have some survey knowledge that we want to aware of. So like, what would be the minimum amount of time for some of these surveys to come in to make a good judgment on which scenario will open up with, you feel?
Well, I think a chunk of it comes down to communicating with our families. So for example, right now, as the plan stands, the survey is, we have to give a survey to families. And right now, according to our planning document, it says that we're going to send it out on the 5th of August. But then our plan needs to be finalized and posted by the 10th of August. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. So either we need to try to get our actual plan out or the survey out earlier, which was hard to do since we won't know until the 30th, but we could try to do it on maybe the 3rd or the 4th, or just send out an email to families to let them know there will be one on the 5th, but that it has to close quite quickly based on our planning needs so that they understand why we have such a fast turnaround. So please do try to do this as quickly as possible. So then if we did it on the 5th, so say it's sent out on the 5th, if we have it closed on if we could get it sent out on the 3rd and have it close even on like the 5th or 6th, then we could try to have our meeting for final approval of plan options on the 7th. I'm just trying to backwards engineer it because then it'll give some time for final wordsmithing. Because one of the other issues that we have with the planning documents in general is that the school has to create this massive document that has all this detail in it. But the public document for families, really what they want to know is when do we need to show up? How is the school going to run? And who do I go to know if, if I have questions, and how is everybody going to be safe? You know what I mean? Like you need to give them an executive summary, and then so that it's just, for right now, they can just get their key information, and then we can post the full doc as well a little bit later once we've maybe taken a day or two to work out some additional kinks we didn't anticipate. So we just need to communicate with our families about the quick turnaround for the survey, why we have to wait until after the 30th to send this survey so that they know to look for it. I don't know, what do you all think? Parents as part of the team, do you think that would help us with number of responses and turnaround time?
And how do you feel about the 7th, which was what, a Friday? Holding our meeting on Friday. Is that after there's an announcement on the 30th? How do you feel about that?
The 31st, Annie?
The governor's announcing on the 30th. Oh, yeah, there you go. The governor's announcing on the 30th, and Michelle's proposing a 7th to get all this data that's mandatory by MDE, to get it all together, looked at, digested, and then decision on a special meeting on the 7th of August.
What time on the 7th? Would it be in the
It would
evening?
probably be evening. Yeah, I would say it would probably typical. Or even the 6th. I mean.
Yeah, why can't we do the 6th?
Can we do the 6th, Michelle? Would that be enough time, do you think, to?
Yeah, I think that's why I was saying we just have to communicate with the families to know why it's a quick turnaround and why we need it when we do. Because we just need to know their thoughts. And part of this is also, to help us make our decision. So I think it's just about communication. And then the communication committee headed by Sherry or by Maggie. And then Sherry, I think, is going to help with the survey as well, Sherry Howe. So they just need to know that is earlier now, that we're pushing it earlier than the 5th. So communication all around, I think we can do it, but we just really have to let everybody know why we've got 7 days.
Yeah, and then post on the website on the 10th, correct? So,
yeah. So if we sent an email out to families to let them know when we're sending a survey and why we have such a quick turnaround, would that help our responses, do you think?
I mean, it can't hurt, right? I think people will do the survey if they have time and have passion for it. But I think the more, not necessarily, I guess, the more time, the better, because I think sometimes it's even nice to give a little cutoff, say you have 2 or 3 days so that they don't lose it in the hundreds of emails, right?
I agree.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a quick turnaround. They want to know what the answer is to do too.
That is
They got to figure out childcare. They got to figure out all of that.
What is this? Can I ask what the survey is asking? Because can we send it before the governor makes an announcement, or? Okay, so what is the survey?
No, not for the data to be valid. Because the survey that they require us to send out is a survey about the option that we have. So if the governor comes out, because we can always be more restrictive, we can't be less. So if we send out a survey before he says anything, it's still going to have all 3 options on it, which we may not have access to. And so it's not a long survey, but we just need to know, what are your thoughts based on what the governor says? These are the options we actually have now. And we will have, information about, do you need masks in school? Do you, so they'll have a little bit more information to base their responses on. The idea isn't to make it long, but to let us know what they think based on information that we have developed, these are our basic safety protocols. This is our calendar, for them to see what that is.
All right, so setting a special meeting for our scenario determination on August 6th, 5 p.m. That makes sense?
That sounds great.
Okay.
I will be unable to attend on the 6th at 5 p.m.
Okay. I'll be coming back from vacation, but we'll just come back early. That's fine. So Dan, you're off the hook.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, for the email.
I didn't know that was going to happen, but all right, very good. So there's that. All right, so just the future goals and workshop item agendas. I don't think, unless anyone wants to discuss those, we've talked about those quite a bit. So is 13A all the way down good for everyone? All right. And then we've covered that. And our regular board of director workshop, August 17th, 5 p.m. and the 17th at 6:15 for our next workshop. And statement of chair to public before closing meeting procedures. All right. So at this time, we'll be moving to a Zoom link that I sent you. The Board of Math and Science Academy is closing a portion of the meeting pursuant to Minnesota statute section 13E05 subdivision 2B for preliminary consideration of allegations or charges against an individual subject to its authority. All right? So if we will have to come back, Maggie, and reconvene to adjourn this. So we'll have to come back into the open meeting just to let you know. So hopefully, yeah, I don't even. So if everyone would go to that link, you know, maybe within 5 minutes, we'll start back up at 9 o'clock. Sound good? All right.
So everyone should turn off their camera and mute them. I guess I could do that too.
But actually, we have to leave this call,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. Yes. Do you know
Hang
how
up
to?
this
Okay,
call.
so do I
and
just
get on-
keep it open then on my own?
Oh, yeah, if you want to run two, well,
Maggie,
just as
I
long as
think-
they can't hear.
I think, well, we're going to go into a new Zoom meeting. So I think it's, can you be on 2 Zooms at one time is the question, I think.
I think you can just, once we're ready to open, start broadcasting from that new meeting room.
I think it's safer if this one's closed and then we open it back up again after the closed meeting.
I think so. Do you know how to get on though?
But
Do
I
you
don't
have
know
a,
how, I don't know how to reopen it because I'm not the one who started it.
Maybe, so if you close the video and close the sound on this one, do you have a phone or some other device you could pick up Annie's?
Oh, yeah, no, I
Yeah,
can,
okay.
I have an iPad right here. That's what I was gonna do.
That should be
yeah,
okay.
that's fine.
So just make sure your microphone and camera are off on this call. And then the rest of us are leaving, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
okay.
Personally, I don't.
Can I get a sound check from someone to make sure my audio is working?
Yes, it is.
It was hard to find the link again. There's so many emails floating around. Did you
Can
guys
you
see
hear
the
me?
email that John got disconnected during our meeting?
Yeah. I think it was towards the end, so that
Yeah.
was, yeah.
Hopefully Michelle makes it back. Otherwise, we're really in trouble.
Yeah. She was right.
She's got the motion.
Yeah.
We'll be here all night. Annie, you'll never go to bed.
That's one thing John, Dan, and I have been talking about. How can we make these shorter, right? I mean, I think July, when we have like the list of all the board, what's going on everywhere, it's like it's July was just bullet after bullet after bullet without COVID.
Come on, Michelle.
Is there anybody in the waiting room?
Here she comes.
Oh, here she is.
You made us
He just
nervous.
showed up.
Yeah, you're the one with the verbiage.
I know, sorry. I started to try to like do the Zoom thing, but then I was so worried about being on my computer while it's converting the other one that I used my phone instead.
Yeah.
Because it made me, I wanted to make sure that my recording and all my stuff is good. Okay, so then whenever we're ready, I've got the document with our verbiage.
Okay, you want to? And that's a motion to adjourn.
Yep.
Open meeting. Okay, I motion to not adjourn, right? Oh, motion.
No.
He needs to read the motion.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we already reconvened. So hang on, I've got my computer's being eaten up by this conversion thing. Okay, so moved that the Board of Directors of Math and Science Academy appoint 3 members, Dan Ellingson, Maggie Burgraff, and Adam Bartz, to act as a committee to coordinate an investigation on allegations against an individual subject to its authority. The Board of Directors also resolves to designate to this committee the authority to hire an outside contractor to aid in the investigation and also to schedule follow-up meetings as necessary. This committee will keep the Board of Directors of Math and Science Academy appraised of the costs related to the retaining of the outside contractor.
I second that motion.
And do we need a roll call on that? Okay.
Yes.
That is a roll call vote. Annie Cardenas, yes. Dan Ellingson,
Yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Michelle Krukowski,
Yes.
Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
Yes.
All right, so adjourning at 10:56.
Nine.
No, we didn't do the
9:56.
motion to adjourn.
Let's motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
We haven't done that yet.
gosh, you guys, it's been a long.
No worries.
It was a few pages. This is a lot. All right, so I motion to adjourn meeting at 9, so it feels like 9:56.
I can
Second.
second. This is Dan.
Oh.
Okay,
Dan's got it.
all right. And roll call, correct? And roll call, Annie Cardenas, yes?
Dan Ellingson, yes.
Yes. Cody,
Yes.
Michelle Kirkowski,
Yes.
Adam Bartz,
Yes.
Robert Kruger,
Yes.
Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff.
Yes.
All right, I think that's it. It's a wrap, right?
Who was the second on the adjourning? I need to get it.
I think I seconded, and
Okay,
I just
thank
beat
you.
Adam. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so
All
much.
right. Have a good night, guys.
Bye.
Stay safe.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.